Okay. Onwards we go. Away we go. Where we boldly go, where I don't know. Some people have followed. I don't know. Welcome everybody to another fun-filled coding stream. Where we're looking to fill out the Derrick. I've already done a bunch of work on this, but you know, like every one of these blocks, every one of these machines is unique, right? It's not a cookie cutter process. A lot of it can be shared. A lot of it can be, duplicated. And there's something to say that you want to do as little as possible. So there's definitely some aspects of this process that I could probably make more generic and put out in a base class or something like that. Which you don't really know what you need in a base class or an interface, or I shouldn't say an interface, a behavior, a block behavior, a block entity behavior. You don't really know what you need in those until you've done a bunch of work on these and you see all of the copied code, right? The base class for all of these multi-blocks, the MB entity core, is a pretty small base class for the block entity right now. But the more of these that I do, the more code that I see duplicated, the more that I can put in the base class and strip out of all of these other ones, right? So, going into it, you have an idea of what you probably could do in a base class versus copy and paste to every single class, right? And but you have to have a bunch of class, like having the foresight to know exactly what you need in a base class before you even implement one machine. I'm sure there are people out there that can do that. I'm sure that there are people out there that can just, like Mozart, just think 20 moves ahead and be like, I'm going to do all of this stuff in the base class. I am not Mozart. So, I have to do a lot of this stuff, trial and error and learning as I go, and basically just work at it and see what's replicated and what isn't. But I've got it down quite a ways. It's not perfect. And so there is a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that can't be in base classes, right? It all depends on what you derive from. So this the VE is from my mod. So IVE liquid interface is just an interface mod or interface that defines the same sort of access points for liquid as it does as the base game does for normal item slots. So the Derrick is definitely going to be holding a liquid. So there's one of the slots in the inventory is a fluid. And so I define this liquid interface, which itself defines or forces the definition of some fluid-based access, right? Mainly get liquid auto push into slot and get liquid auto pull from slot. These things are labeled, or they do exist for normal item slots, like normal inventory slots, but I needed a way with my pipe system, the fluid pipes, I needed a way that the fluid pipes had a universal thing to call on the item slot liquid only, which, yeah, there's probably a different way. You probably could refactor this in a different way and not need my interface, but the way that it works now is it works. So I'm not gonna I have too many irons in the fire as it is. I don't need another one to refactor all of that. So So yeah, a lot of the inventory stuff is very specific to what machine you're working on, and so that can't be shared. Machine state stuff could be. This is much more generic, because I've already pulled out the crafting animation code into the JSON, so that this is the same no matter what I do. So the machine state stuff here could definitely be pushed into a base class, or even an interface if you really wanted to do it that way. Because the machine state itself, like this state, I want to say, oh Jesus, cat, just jump up on the lap, why don't you? Good Lord. So the machine state itself, I think the access of a machine state is defined in, like, I think the interface. Cat, really? Let's just let her do her thing into my lap. Like, yeah. We're gonna do this song and dance over and over again today, huh? Yeah, you're feeling extra lovey today, apparently. Rubbing all over everything. Who knows why? Okay. So yeah, machine state, because this is just basically what this does right now is it starts and stops the animation. Is basically how I use this, and it also determines whether the machine is sleeping, and if a machine is sleeping or not. So, one of the states, right? BE states is sleeping, and if it's sleeping, it processes fewer ticks, so it's way more efficient. Yeah, we just got like 5 inches of snow last night. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to start brushing as the temperature warms up. I'm gonna have to start. I've had to brush her quite a bit. The temperature has been crazy warm. But yeah, the machine state here. This is one of the few things that is synced to clients because it determines whether or not the animation is playing, and the animation is purely client side. So the client needs to know, right, if it's on or sleeping or off, right? The client needs to know that because then it triggers the actual animation. So things like that are important. And obviously, the fundamental logic itself has to change. So the Derrick, what I did is with this is I copied the pump jack code and pasted it in here, and I've been going around and customizing it. So, a lot of this code is straight off the pump jack, and I've been kind of just working through it over time. Yeah, having a purring, soft, cute beast, my lap goblin in my lap. Is hard to ignore. I have my headphones on. I still hear her purr. It's crazy. She has a really loud purr. Which is funny when when my dad had her and I'd go visit, she never purred ever. Like, it was very rare to hear her purr. And now she does it all the time. So I think she likes it here more than she liked it with my dad, which I understand. He teased her incessantly. Okay, so what I did is I finally broke down and made my own object I finally threw in the towel, and I was like, this is stupid. Let's just make my own thing, because there have been several instances of me wanting one, and so I was like, let's just do it. So this block position and distance object here, this is something I invented. So block position is itself a base game fundamental object, right? It is a really base API object. And it just encodes an XYZ and now a dimension. So you have block position, is this object is used everywhere in the game. Like, there's just, block position is such a fundamental thing, but it inherently only holds block position, right? You can't encode anything else in there. And the dimension, by the way, the dimension code it's encoded in the Y value. So if you're dealing with a different dimension, your Y value will be very, very different. So that's how they introduce dimensions, mini dimensions, into the game, is they're just offsetting the Y value, which determines what dimension number it is. And it's also why the dimensions have a finite size. It's a big size, like 32,768. But they're finite in size because of that offset, right? Every dimension is an offset of that number. Which is, I'm sure, how they did the fight in the devastated area with the swapping. When we were swapping, like, time frames, I think it was. We were swapping time frames, like past to present, back and forth. That was being done via the dimension system, right? Is you're basically swapping into a different dimension, but all that was changing was your Y level somehow. I don't know. Like, it's wizardry. So I invented this block position and distance, and it's a fairly simple thing, right? It's just a block position, right? It's just a block position and a float of distance. But I've hooked all this up to proto contracts and JSON objects because I want to be able to create lists of these. I want to sort with these. I want to process with these. And so what I did, and again, this is still, I just finished this last time I was coding, so I haven't really gotten into the weeds yet. What I did is I made all of the operators equality, equals, not equals, and then less than and greater than. I made all of them not based on block position, but based on the length or the distance, right? It's all based on distance. And so you can sort these, and the sorting is based on distance inherently. Because if the block positions are the same, the distance is going to be 0 anyway. So equality, looking at distance, if distance 1 is 0 and distance 2 is 0, and they're equal, well, then the block position has to be equal, right? It's the same position. But other positions, like 1, if distance is 1, that could be any number of positions. So position is not the same in anything greater than 0. So, but basically what I want to do is I want to be able to create a list of these. So when, like, the Derrick goes down a level and it does a sweep of the layer, like it's like, okay, we're pumping oil. We go down a level, and we're like, all right, let's look at all of the oil at this layer, and then we're going to grab all of this oil at this layer. And above. You can also do it above, just in case you miss something. So the layer and above, you can then look at that and say, all right, we have enough. And then as you spider out and you're adding block positions to the layer, you're automatically, when you're creating one of these, you can automatically calculate the distance from your origin, which is the center of the Derrick, down to the level, right? You can just be like, all right, this block position, this is oil, this is a new position, we don't have it yet. Is this? Let's calculate that distance, right? And it's going to be a floating point distance. We're not doing Manhattan distance or anything like that. But we're calculating it once, and we're encoding that into the object, the distance. We're encoding that in there. And then when we're all done with that list, right? That list could have any number of block positions, depending on if you drop into another pool that has a much bigger area. Well, now you have a huge number of block positions, and then you can just sort that list. You just sort it by distance, right? And then the equality, the operators are based on distance alone. You can sort the list of these automatically. You don't even have to specify the distance. You can just say if this block position and distance is greater than this block position and distance. And it's automatically going to look at the distance, right? It's going to call these operators, and it's only going to look at the distance. And if the distances are greater than, or if they're equal to, right, it's going to cluster those together and just going to sort them however, it's just going to put them in some random order, which is fine. But, all the distances that are equal are all the blocks that are perfectly equal away from one another, basically the corners and the northeast southwest edge, right? There's a finite number of blocks that are going to be perfectly equal to one another. They won't be equal to other blocks that are equal, but like if you go down one, the block on the northeast southwest edge, right? Those will all be distance of 1. The corners will be a distance of like 1.15 or 1.2, something like that, because they're going to be, the distances might be a little bit further away, or it could be, they could be 1, 2. So it's like sorting those doesn't really matter because they're just going to be, they're all the same anyway. So the pump will just, or the Derrick will just pump those in some random order, but it will get those before it gets anything closer. So what it'll do is it'll go down and it'll look at all of the oil that's at the level or above. I don't know why I have the hiccups. I spend like 3 days without talking, and it's when I do a stream, it's like, oh man. So at the level or above, once it has that list, it's confident, it's run out of new blocks to look at, it's done. Then it just sorts the list. It just sorts it in descending order. And I want the largest distances first, which means the furthest away. And I could amplify the Y level in here, right? Because I have block positions. I have these two here. What we could do is say if the Y is different, which means the height is different, it adds an extra amount, right? I could do that because I want to favor blocks that are above the position. Because let's say in a case where you have a geyser, you've pumped the surface stuff out with a normal pump, right? You put the pump on the ground, and you're pumping. The geyser gets pumped out, and the pool that it's in gets pumped out, and you're left with just the hole that goes down. Now that hole goes down into a bubble. There's a bubble underground that spawns, right? It generates this bubble. And that bubble holds a pretty decent amount of oil. But on the case where that bubble also intersects an underground generic crude oil pool, right? So crude oil can spawn not just in the geysers, but also in just generic veins, basically, of crude in sedimentary rock. So you'll have, if sedimentary rock layers, they just kind of the strata of the terrain, if sedimentary rock dips low enough in the ground, and I don't know what I had set for the distance, but if it dips low enough in the ground, you have a really good chance that that will spawn some oil. Just a generic pool. There's no source block. There's nothing like that. It's just oil that's underground. You can pump it out. It's a finite pool. Once it's gone, it's gone. But you can pump it all out and create this nice little cavern, and then just do a bunch of, like, you can just grab all the ore and stuff that's in there. So you can pump all that out. Well, if one of those underground veins happens to intersect a bubble of a geyser, which would be that would be crazy rare, because the geysers are very rare. Very, very rare. I got way too many people complain that there's too many geysers in their world. Like, I've been playing Minecraft the Expedition, and there's Oratech geysers all over the place, right? And I don't see people bitching and moaning about the Oratech geysers. People didn't complain about the Buildcraft geysers. Like, I don't understand why 2 geysers on your map is it's just too much to handle. I can't handle it. And people would just complain, oh, there's 2 geysers. Like, what? These are ugly. It's like, Jesus. The landscape is barren. Like, what do you mean it's ugly? It's actually something to look at. Besides trees and rock. Like, enjoy it. Like, there's something else in the world to look at in Vintage Story. God forbid. So I made them so rare now that the odds of you having a bubble intersect with another deposit is just so incredibly rare. But in that case, as the Derrick is going down, it's at some level, it's going to start seeing the oil in that deposit, and it's going to start including that in its draining process. And so I want to encourage the algorithm here, when I sort these, that the Y level kind of amplifies the return, basically. Because if the distances are such that the equality here is looking at distance, right? So you can have a block at a level and a block above that's a little closer technically be the same distance. It would be, I don't even know what an example of that would be, but if distance is 5 and that block is 5 blocks north, that's 5. Well, 5 diagonally would be up and then back maybe 1. I don't know how the math would turn out, but because we're dealing with floating point distance, it would be very tough. Very tough. But I do want to maybe encourage distance. I don't know. I don't know if this would be... I don't know if it would matter. Right? Because it's getting far away distances anyway.
You got a question in chat too, by the way.
How much oil? A cubic meter, this is what the blocks are based on, they're meters. A cubic meter of fluid is exactly 1,000 liters. That's just how it works. So that's what I built the entire mod around that. Right? When I scoop up a block of oil, which you can't pump fractional blocks, or you cannot pump fractional fluids out of a block. It's just not the game. The engine doesn't handle that. It will drain the fluid out completely, right? If you reduce the amount of fluid in a block down to half or even 1/8, the engine will just drain it out the rest of the way, right? The only full block source is full, so water still 7, which is 7. Imagine you slice a block into 8 pieces, right? Eight horizontal slices, right? Every one of those slices is a different number, right? So water still 1 is a little thin layer on the very bottom. Water still 2 is a little bit thicker. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Or I should say 0 to 7. So 7 is a full block. Well, if you pumped just 1/8 of that out, right? 1,000 liters, and you're pumping even 100 liters out, and you're reducing that down, the engine looks at that not as a source block anymore. And so it'll just drain it out. It will waste it. So the pump jack, well, then lesser so the pump jack. The pump jack is special. The Derrick and the other fluid pump that I've made, those, when they pump, they pull the whole block in. So 1,000 liters. So they're rate limited by how many blocks per second they can pump in. Because they have to do a full block at a time. There's no fractional amount of fluids they can pull if they're interacting with the world. The pump jack is interacting with a block entity, so it doesn't matter. It can get trickles of portions, right? It can get little itty bitty amounts, because it's pulling from a source block. It's not pulling from the world. The Derrick has to pull from the world. It just has to.
Does the game have a conversion for liters to buckets, for example?
A bucket is 10 liters. Bucket has defined in it how many liters it is. Capacity.
Oh, that's right.
Capacity liters. So a portion, the minimum fluid amount is a portion. So there's a water portion. I even invented a lava portion for my lava bucketing code and Hours of Plenty add-on. So the portion is what you would consider a millibucket in Minecraft. But for reasons passing understanding, a portion is not 1,000th of a liter. It's 1/100th. Because in the portion code, so if you went to the game's files and you looked at water portion, the water portion would have attribute tags on how many of those per liter there are, right? So a portion has a flag that says this water portion, there's 100 of these per liter. Well, then the game in like the bucket defines capacity as in liters, not portions, but in liters. So you have a bucket saying the capacity is 20 liters, or the barrel's capacity is 50 liters. Or maybe the bucket is 10 liters. I can't remember. I think it might be 10 liters. Because I think it's 5 buckets to fill a barrel. So the bucket is 10 liters. So in order to actually determine how many portions there are, because it's saved in portions. You don't have a block, right? You don't have a thing in your inventory that is a block of something unless you give it to yourself in creative. But the game has to calculate every time the item stack is in numbers of portions. So when you have with my pump or the Derrick pumping 1 block per second, well, that's 100,000 portions, right? And so I have to do, every time I'm in the loop, I have to calculate like the item stack, like what is in the item stack, like if there's something in it, to grab the portions per liter. He didn't standardize portions as 1,000th of a liter. He let it, he gave it the ability to just, you could put whatever you want in there. You could make a portion 1 liter. 1 liter is it. Which, like, is crazy. It would work much better with oil because you're not going to, like, you're not going to use cooking recipes with 1 liter of oil, right? Like you would a portion of honey or a portion of, something in the cooking space. So yeah, it's super flexible because the portion defines the stack, right? Like the portion defines like how much can go in a stack because of the stack mechanics. But by making it editable in this one instance where every fluid can have its own setting, it adds a huge amount of overhead to the code that interacts with that. Because all of my pipes, when you're pumping stuff out of like the pump jack, when the pipes are pulling fluid out of a pump jack, it's having to do a crazy amount of math in the background because it has to determine in this tick how many portions I can grab out of the pump jack. And the pump jack, right, holds like 8,000 liters because it has to, right? It has to. That would be essentially, when you look at 8,000 liters in the pump jack, okay, that is tantamount to 8 buckets in Minecraft. Because if you have a conversion, a bucket in Minecraft is actually 1,000 liters. Because when you use a bucket on a water block, you're pulling the whole bucket. You're pulling the whole block in. Same with lava. You're pulling the whole block in. That's 1,000 liters. So a millibucket in Minecraft is actually a liter. Right? It's actually a liter of fluid. So Vintage Story divides that even more. Now you can have 1/100th of a liter by the portion mechanics. But yeah, the fluid stuff in the game is a little wonky. It's a little janky, and I wish they would just standardize. Portion is 1,000 is a milliliter, right? A portion is a milliliter, and then just every fluid is that way. Every single fluid. A portion is a milliliter. So you have a block, which is 1,000 liters, and then you have a portion, which is 1,000th of a liter, right? You have that's a very nice linear metric system. But having a portion be 100th of a liter is just like, oh my god. And I understand a milliliter is a tiny amount of fluid, right? Like a milliliter is like medicinal levels of fluid. Like you get a shot, it's in milliliters. So it's not really enough to cook with. It's not enough to do anything with. So it's minuscule. So they bumped that up and made it 100th, which what would that be, like a centiliter or something like that? But I think I'm going to leave the distance unless there presents a problem. I want to, maybe I could do less than or greater than. How about I do less than or greater than? If I do a int v offset equals let's see, left hand side is less than right hand side. I want to do left hand side dot position dot y minus right hand side position dot y, but I want to get the absolute value of this, right? So one position dot y minus the other position dot y. If they're on the same plane, that will be 0, right? If they're not, let me think about this for a second. Doesn't matter which side is higher than the other. Left-hand side, positioned out Y. If on less than left-hand side, basically what I want to be, if the Y value is vertical offset. I definitely want the left-hand side less than to trigger if the right-hand side's Y value is higher, right? If right-hand side, I'm trying to think of this here. If right-hand side Y value, this might not be the place to do this because the Y levels are going to bounce around. You're not guaranteed to have one less than or greater than the other at any given time. And I think the logic might change between which one of those is higher, because let's just assume the distances are literally equal, but the Y levels are different, right? So the distance less than, well, the distances are equal, so this will fail. This will be returned false. But if it happens as calculation that the right-hand side, which you're looking at as like if this is less than, if the right-hand side is actually above, right, above the thing, what I think I'm going to have to do is when I create these objects in the algorithm that determines them, I'm going to have to do the distance there. I'm going to have to set that because I have a constructor in here. Obviously, I have several, but I have a constructor that you actually pass it the distance, right? You pass it a distance you've already calculated. Obviously, I have also one that just calculates it automatically from the two different block positions. But if you pass it the distance, well, then it's just going to encode that distance. It's going to have it. So this will be available if you want to tweak the distance a little bit, which I think I'm going to have to do in the algorithm that determines these, because I don't want to change this object. This object needs to be generic and just save the data. So yeah, I think that would be the better thing. And here's that list, current layer. So the current layer is just, when it goes down, it's going to grab all of the blocks at or above its position, and that'll be the current layer. And then it'll pump those out from the distance, just like Buildcraft did, right? This is how Buildcraft worked. I remember when I first used Buildcraft like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 14 years ago. And I put the pump on the ground. For some reason, I very vividly remember I was in the desert pumping oil because I just loved that so much. I don't know why. I just loved finding these things, and I would find like one where there were 3 geysers like clustered together and all of their bubbles would like merge, and it was like, oh my god, this is like striking oil. But I remember I had the pump run around the desert, and I found a spot where like the geyser was like on the ground, But up the hill was like a part of the pool that had spawned, because the pools on these things could get really, really, really big. And so this pool is way up on the top of the hill. And I put the pump down on the ground, and it started its process, and it was actually pulling the oil way up on the hill, right? Because it had spidered its way up, and it was pulling the blocks up above as well as from the geyser. So the algorithm for that, I remember way back thinking, like, how the hell did they do this? And now that I'm doing it myself, it's like, oh, this is fairly straightforward algorithmically. But here I set the Derricks very, very much the same. I set the capacities. I set the capacity generically to 8001, but then I set it again on the late initialize. Because if it's 8001 right here, so I set it on late initialize, or the initialize, I set it again to the actual capacity that's in JSON. So if I'm debugging and I see it as 8001, then I know something happened. But I wanted to initialize it, right when it loads, I wanted to initialize it to a value to make sure that everything, was good. And I couldn't initialize it to 1 because if there's fluid in it and the initialization runs, if it's 1 initially, that would be bad because you would void a bunch of fluid possibly that was in there. So it had to be a little bit of above what it was. So I got to the point in here where, I was doing the logic on when you're looking at it. I've like resigned myself to having not many of these machines are going to have GUIs. I know there's going to be instances that some are, or will need GUIs, like the arc smelter and stuff like that. But these are going to be giant machines. So it's like the craft will just be determined by what you put into it, right? It's going to be like, hey, if you put crude oil into a refinery, it's going to refine, right? It's gonna, or a distillation tower, it's gonna do its thing. So yeah. So anyway, we have this basically. Again, we look at the power, the fluid and the power that's in it, and then I do a detection whether or not there is casing. I check to see if the input has casing, valid casing, which is defined in JSON, what the casing is. So modders could change it if they wanted. But I check the item stack for casing inside the machine. I check it against the casing. And if it's not the same, I spit out like, hey, I don't have the right casing. Now I just thought of a problem. Because this doesn't have a UI right now, how do you get the casing out if you put the wrong thing in it? You'd have to break the block. This machine might need a simple GUI of some kind, because there's no output, right? It's an item input and a fluid output, and that's it. So I might have to implement a GUI into this machine, just something that pulls up like the amount of fluid and the casing that's in there, and you'd be able to pull that slot out, as well as the power graph and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to mock up a quick GUI for that. What we really need in this game, any like developers out there, we need a visual GUI editor for this game. just to be able to put like components in and item slots and be able to design it and size it and do all that. Even putting like background images and being able to organize all of that. Oh, the GUI process, like I've done it so many times. I've got a huge amount of GUIs in here. Here's all the GUIs I've got in here, right? I've done it enough times. I'm pretty damn good at it, but there's even features of it that I'm not cracked. So I know there might be possibly a way to use an image as the background of it, and then you organize the slots and stuff to make it look like a cool image. Because it'd be nice to have a GUI where you pull it up and there's a little icon of like a oil derrick, right? And you have like all of the GUI elements around, and so it makes it look like, you know, there's a power bar, and then there's a fluid bar that's, you know, it's just designed in a way that's custom, that looks cool. And I can do that with all of my machines, especially the multi-blocks. It would be really nice to be able to have access, to be able to design the background image of a GUI to look like something, and then organize the slots and stuff on that to make it look good. So this is where most Minecraft mods have evolved now, right? Mechanism is probably one of the craziest examples of this. Like the Mechanism GUI is a work of art. Having played with it again, it is phenomenal how complex and useful that GUI is. All the tabs and all, crazy amount of code, like insane amount of work went into just the GUIs of Mechanism. The infrastructure, the back end of the Mechanism GUIs, I don't even, like, crazy amount of work. Just for that feature. So when you have a mod that's that big and that you know, popular, like you have a lot of people contributing, and you could have somebody come in that's just an expert at GUIs, and they're just able to hone the GUIs. Whereas if you're just one dude, like it's hard. I could focus 3 months just on GUIs, and nothing would really happen with any machines, but the GUIs would be better. Now, would that move the needle? I don't know. Would that give me more support, more Patreons? Probably not. The mod up till now really hasn't done that. So okay, so there's a few things in here that we need to work on. I need to work on the main logic thread. Here's on player right click. This would be where the GUI gets fired, by the way. So head position, this is going to be the very center. So the core, the Derrick core, you'll place right over the hole. It's the Derrick is going to center itself right over the hole. So the head position I had to offset for the pump jack, but the Derrick is like right over the top of the center. So we don't need to do any of these shenanigans. We do need to take that. Do that. Head position is okay. I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll leave you with staring at the SymTick code here, so you can think about what we need to change. All right. Let's see. Did I paste a link into here? I did not. All right. Dun dun dun. Whether anybody shows up, I don't know. Okay, so the general, like, whenever I approach one of these machines and I'm like, all right, what do I have to do logic wise for this machine? So when you think about the game and you first place it, right? The initialization that happens when you place the thing versus when it loads from disk. In many ways, it's the same process, right? The less that you save to disk to sync later when it loads, the less you do there, the more you have to do when it loads, right? So if you're not saving a huge amount to disk, like, for example, not saving the layer that it's on, right? That list, the block position and distance list. If I'm not saving that to disk and this thing unloads, you leave the area and the chunk unloads, then literally, like, you have a bunch of, you have to redo that when you load it back in again, right? That layer, it stops. It loses that data when it's saved to disk. It might save the position that it's in. I am saving the well position is where you are vertically in that process. So it's saving like, hey, this is the well position. So I don't have to re-spider down to the well. But it not saving the layer that it's currently operating on, not saving any of that data, then when it initializes, I have to recapture all of those blocks. I have to re-spider out, right, and do a block search around and say, all right, where are all these blocks at? Because that list could be huge, right? Especially if it breaks into a crude oil, just a layered crude oil deposit, right? Not based on a well or anything like that. It could be hundreds and hundreds of blocks. And so not like if I tried to save that to disk, that'd be a huge amount of that'd be a giant block saved to disk. And I don't want to do that. Because then you have to load it back again and you have to reinitialize the reverse of all of that. Because when you save stuff to disk, more often than not, you're saving text. It's actually saving the string representation. There are differences. Block position, I think, might be encoded in bytes because block position has a 2 bytes and a from bytes call, and I had to implement that for my custom version of block position and distance. I had to encode 2 bytes and from bytes, but it's not from bytes. It's literally create from bytes. Stupid, but anyway. So the 2 bytes and from bytes, that might be how it's encoding that, because it's basically like writing X, Y, Z dimension, right, in the block position. It's just writing those integers, and then it's just reading those integers, right? So it's just like, okay, and all I do is I go in and I tweak it, so it also, after dimension, it also writes distance. It's just like, I write the distance. Which is it's probably the way that it's doing, because block position is a pretty low level object, and making that as efficient as possible is important. So not converting everything into string, because string to integer conversions are costly in CPU time, right? It's not a graceful process. Because it has to compare the digit, and it has to look at the digit, and then there has to be some math, and it's just nasty. It's nasty stuff. So that would be very, very inefficient. So doing it byte-wise is definitely the better way to go. But again, even if it's efficient and you're writing hundreds of those, that's too much. So I basically throw away the layer if it unloads. I throw away the layer and opt for regenerating it when it loads again. Because what I'm going to do, or what I might end up having to do, is creating a chunk loader, a powered chunk loader for the mod. And this powered chunk loader will just ensure that the chunks around it are loaded at whatever radius. And you definitely want to cover the radius. You basically want to put it in the chunk that you're in, that the pump is in, or the Derrick is in, and then probably one layer around that to be safe, because you don't want to be accessing blocks. Or the alternate to that is you just chunk load the machine, and while you're spidering out, you're just loading chunks as you need them. But I don't have any of that sort of logic. I don't know how the game handles that. Like when you load a fresh world, the resident archive is not in the world. It's not. You could search far and wide. You're not going to find it. The moment you read that map from the trader to unlock the position of the resident archive, that's when it generates, right? Because it picks an area that you haven't been to yet. It finds a chunk area that's like, oh, this is unexplored, and that's where it generates. But how it does that, I don't know. How does it generate in chunks you've never been to, in chunks that you're far away from? I don't know how. it must have a way of loading those chunks, generating the thing, because the resident archive is enormous, right? It's not a single chunk. It is, I don't know, it would have to be maybe six to eight chunks out of side, right? A giant square that it would have to generate. It's a huge area that this thing generates in. And so you would have to have this thing generate in that moment or over a thread over time. But that process of loading a chunk, loading all of these chunks to make sure they're good and then generating it, I'm not really sure how that mechanic works. A lot of the stuff that I do in this mod is there's just no documentation for it. So how do I ensure a chunk is loaded when I operate on it? Like that's code that I'm going to have to look at, because the Derrick, most likely the Derrick is going to be miles away from your base, right? You're not going to build your entire base and infrastructure around a random oil deposit, right? Because that's a finite deposit, as big as it might be, right? The oil well underground might be 100,000 blocks, right? It might be very large enough to, last for the whole game, but the odds of you building next to one are very small. From what I've seen, most people don't like being around, like they don't even like one in the world. They complain that when there's two on their map, it's just like, it's so stupid. But anyway, I'm like, why are you playing with a tech mod if you don't like oil in your world? There's one and the same. Like, you're gonna get a tech mod and you're gonna complain about there being oil in the world? Like, come on now. Let's be realistic. Okay, so the SimTick, so getting back to our initialization, whether you just finish the multi-block, right? So that's the first thing. If base.block.variant of state is built, we're checking to see if it's built. If it's not built, don't do anything in this tick, because when you place the core block down, this block entity is created, right? This thing is created. This whole object is created, but it's not built. It's incomplete when you first place it down, right? It doesn't do anything. So we don't want to simulate the tick if it's not built, right? Just ignore it. And this, by the way, this process, the SimTick, is only ever done on the server. There's not a client side. The clients are basically dummy terminals. They don't operate on the code or on the world at all. But so the first thing we do is bounce if we're not built. If we are built, right? We just completed the structure. It just popped into existence when we right clicked the interaction block. It finished. Now we're built. So the very next SimTick that we go through, we're now built. So now we have to figure out, okay, what is our thing? What do we do for the Derrick? And the Derrick is going to have several parts. The well validation needs to be done. And that is basically going to validate all of the well casings down to our current position. Because if it's placing well casings on its way down as it pumps, the moment it finishes a layer pumped, it's gotten all of the blocks that it has a list of. The moment it does that, it's going to place a well casing block and then move down a block and start the whole process over again. That well casing, we have to validate that every once in a while. We have to validate from the position of the Derrick, the core, which is the very center, down to our well position. We need to validate that all the way down. Okay? Because we don't want somebody cheesing it, and as it's placing the well casing down, you're going underground and you're mining them back up just to feed them back into the Derrick again. Right? which reduces the number of well casings you need to craft, right? If you have 10 well casings, you can just keep mining and putting them back into the Derrick, right? And then you'll eventually get all the way down. But then you're going to hit the pump jack, which is going to revalidate it again, and you better have those well casings in place. Because the pump jack that code is already done. The pump jack will not operate without that well casing. But we don't need to do that validation very often, right? Because I basically say if there's a 2-minute delay that revalidates. Every 2 minutes, this thing is going to revalidate all the way down. So we need to validate well. We need to redo that object. Then we check power, and I'm dealing with both the pump jack and the Derrick. I'm approaching it in a different way than I did in all of my machines past, because I ran it. I was always fighting the logic between like when the machine needs to go to sleep, when it needs to turn on, like, because I would always do like the power call. I would always compare power with some other variable, and I would do it so deep in the tree that it all got scrambled. So I'm trying a different way of kind of tracking a new state. So I grab what the machine state is going into this function. I'm saying, all right, let's take a copy of that machine state. I need to know what we are. So if we're on, if we're off, if we're sleeping. I need to do a call here if new state equals off, return. If this thing is off, don't do anything. Like there is no point to doing anything if we're off. Save the tick. We don't need the tick. But I just can't seem to crack as whatever I hit is not on fire. Huh? I what? That hurt my brain reading that.
I'll chat with him in text and see, or in chat and see if I can get some details. Seems might just be missing context.
Yeah, I just can't seem to crack as whatever I hit is not on. Anyway, that hurt my brain. So if we're off, just return. We don't need to do anything. And I think that we don't need to increase well validation either. Well, yeah, we don't need to do well validation if we are off. So, but if we're sleeping or if we're on, right, continue. We want to validate well. So sleeping, sleeping means this is not being run, right? We're not actively doing anything. We're skipping most of this code. And then I do a client update delay. This is again something I've pulled out. The variable itself we're modifying, but the variable is actually defined in the electrical behavior, because like every machine is now doing this. I am delaying client updates, which is the mark dirty events. This mark dirty here, I am heavily restricting these calls for every machine because it was spamming the thing. What was the off topic to whatever. Trying to have an entity deal fire damage.
I
Using
wonder if maybe his first message didn't come through or something.
maybe. Using overhaul oh god, libs. Don't even get to, oh my god. Library mods. Don't even get me started on library mods.
Library mods are a 4-letter word for buggy.
Oh my god. And it's what's the problem is yeah, they can be useful. I don't discount that. Library mods can be useful. But when every single mod defines their own library mods, they're not useful anymore. Right?
Right.
So you have multiple library mods for like Minecraft. You have multiple library mods doing the same thing. Having the same code. Essentially, fundamentally solving the same problems. But the library mods, especially when somebody has a library mod that's like, this library mod is for all of my other mods. So it's a library mod, but if you only ever use one of this person's mods, now you have two, because you have to have the library mod. And even in extreme cases, you have really simple mods that require more than one. An example is the Angel Ring. So I've been pounding away at an update for my builders pack for Minecraft. And again, I added the Angel Ring. I always have the Angel Ring. I love when I'm building that I can fly around. So I add the Angel Ring. Well, the Angel Ring for the NeoForge 1.21.1 has 3 required library mods. The Angel, one item. The mod adds a single item, the Angel Ring, and it requires 3 dependencies. 3 library mods for one object. That is insane. It's insane. You can't do what the Angel Belt is supposed to do on your own. You need 3 library mods to accomplish that. It would be more efficient to implement that, whatever those library mods do, right? Whatever function you're using in that library mod, integrate that into your code. Just integrate that into your code and have your code do that thing rather than depend on the library mod. And now it's a self-contained little bubble, right? Now the Angel Ring is a self-contained little thing, and if there's any problem with it, you can debug it. But relying on library mods that may or may not get updated, that may or may not have bad code, now you've tripled the amount of bullshit that you have to debug. Because now you have 3 library mods that your code calls that now you don't have access to, right? You're calling code that you don't control. It's insane to me that you would have a simple item like that have 3 effing library mods. A giant mod system, right? A giant, enormous mod system needing library mods. I'm okay. Like thermal expansion, right? All the different thermal expansion mods, all the different things, right? Thermal generation, all the things needed one core. And the core sort of managed a lot of the commonalities. That's okay, right? You have one central core that kind of manages a bunch of other stuff. You have a bunch of giant mods that benefit from that. That's okay, because it's one point, many mods that affect it. But I am much more in favor of minimum or no library mods, right? Minimum. One of the examples, I think, if memory serves, Mechanism. I'd have to look at the CurseForward page. Mechanism, I don't think, has any library mods. I don't think. It might, but I don't think. I just had a crash. I had a crash last night on a mod that was so abrupt. The game just closed. I was debugging. I was working on my world. I've been trying to fix this problem in the builders pack, and I haven't been able to do it. And I spent 4 days on it, and I still haven't cracked it because it's annoying. But I was looking at a guidebook for the Woot Revived mod because I wanted to build a Woot structure to try to spawn some things like automate the spawning of like the Ender Dragon. So I was looking at the guidebook, and in the middle of that guidebook, I like moused over something, and the game just closed. It was a crash to desktop situation. It just closed. And the error, enchantment descriptions. Right? The Woot Revived mod depended on the Guide Me mod for the guidebook, which enchantment descriptions plugs into the guidebook. And what the page I was looking at was the page of some machine in Woot that turns enchanted books into fluid, because of course it does. And I just moused over one of those enchanted books, and enchantment descriptions was like, bah, crash, just hard crash. And I'm just sitting here going, all right, who do I report this bug to? Do I report it to Woot? Do I report it to the Guide Me mod? Or do I report it to the enchantment descriptions mod? 3 different mods at play here. All 3 of those authors could say, that's not my mod. Who takes responsibility for that crash? Is it Woot? Who built, like, where does the Guide Me plug in? Is it the Guide Me mod that the enchantment descriptions plugs into? Or is it the enchantment descriptions mod? Right? There's 3 different authors of 3 different mods, vastly different, and that's a serious crash. That's not a, oh, I'll fix it later sort of crash. That is a devastating crash. So I reported it in very, very, like, variegated places. Like, I don't know where that crash comes from, right? I had a little crash log. Enchantment descriptions was the primary, right? The people who report crash bugs are funny because the very first line of some recognizable mod, whether it's Vintage Engineering or others, the very first mod that's mentioned, that's who's getting the report. And it's like, it's not actually what's causing the bug, right? I know when I look at a stack trace and I look at that and I'm saying, okay, the very first thing is enchantment descriptions, but enchantment descriptions is only reporting that it got bad data from somewhere. It's saying this index, I don't know what the crash was, but it was like index does not exist or whatever. So enchantment descriptions was the crash, but it only crashed because it got really bad data from somewhere deeper into the tree, right? So somewhere down, either the Guide Me or Woot Revived gave bad data up the tree and it crashed. So you have to look, when you look at a mod, like when you look at a crash report, a lot of people report crashes with Vintage Engineering that don't have anything to do with Vintage Engineering, right? Initially, like, there was a mod that removed the axe head from the vanilla game. It just removed the axe head. And so people were reporting to me that the recipe for the log splitter was crashing, right? I go to craft the log splitter and the game crashes. And I'm like, well, I know it works, right? I've tested this shit. Believe it or not, I do test the mod before I put it out. I test all the little things. I can't test everything. There's just too many edge cases. But I do test it, and I know that this recipe works. I've crafted it. I've tested it. I've looked at it. So for it to crash means you did something, like you have a situation that is unique. So I have to ask, like, okay, well, what's going on? What other mods do you have? And it turns out there's a mod out there in the Vintage Story ecosystem that flatly removes the vanilla axe head. They just remove it in favor of other things. Why would you remove that? I don't know, but they just flatly remove it. And so the recipe that uses the axe head which is the log splitter, I thought it was a brilliant recipe because it uses the axe head. It's perfect. It doesn't use an axe, it uses the axe head, which is, I thought it was a brilliant idea. Well, the mod that removes that, now the recipe does a lookup on that thing, and it's like, I don't even know what this is. This doesn't match anything. It's not even in the game, so it crashes. The mod that removes the axe head, it's their responsibility to make sure they're not completely destroying other mods when they do that. Right? I make very, very concerted efforts in Vintage Story or Vintage Engineering and all of my mods. I really make sure that I am not foobarring another, like the vanilla stuff, right? I really make sure that I go through and I don't completely scramble the eggs of the base game, because I know that if other things then attempt to change that, it's gonna cause problems. There are a few exceptions that are unavoidable, right? The flexible tools mod has a feature where it makes drifters and enemies directly drop their items. And in order to actually make that work, you have to like delete keys over here and you have to add keys over here, and that's the only way to do it. But I also have to add a flag that you can disable that feature. And so you can go into the config and just disable that feature if you have another mod that affects that same code. Because there are mods that do just that, and they would do the same change. And so you can opt out of it on mine and just have it, another mod can do it. And so I always try to cover those bases, and not very many other mods do that. And so I do try to protect the vanilla game as much as I possibly can, and not just flatly remove. I try to add. I try to add to. And Vintage Engineering is a good example. Like Vintage Engineering adds to the game. It doesn't remove stuff from the game. So it's just a design, a design attitude. Overhaul Lib, I have no idea what it even does. I don't use any library mods for any of my mods. So I don't know what Overhaul Lib does. I don't know who's the author. I don't know how often they update it. I don't know what the features are. I don't use it. So is it used by most people? I couldn't answer that. I don't use it. I have as few library mods as I possibly can, even when I play the game. When I create a little mod pack when we stream it, I'm looking for mods that do not have those dependency chains specifically. Because when you have a dependency chain like that, now if you update the version, if you go to a new version of the game or whatever, now if you have a favorite mod that you loved that has dependencies, that mod won't get updated until the dependencies get updated. Right? So you now have a daisy chain of waiting, because what if the authors of those dependencies are not in a rush to update? Right? Now you're waiting to get your favorite mod in the new version until those dependencies are updated, and then the mod can update, and then you can update. So you're lagged way behind where the latest version of the game is because of the dependency chains. Whereas like when I update flexible tools, which I'm going to have to, when 1.22 comes out, oh my God, when 1.22 comes out, I'm going to have to be putting in some serious hours into flexible tools. They are screwing over that mod. I'm going to have to put in a lot of hours to update that mod, because the refactoring and stuff in the behind the scenes, flexible tools is very, very broken in 1.22, the current preview builds. So I'm going to have to really go back to that. And I know people are going to be, when 1.22 stable finally releases, that's when I always wait to do this. I'm gonna get spammed. I'm gonna get absolutely spammed with people being like, "Hey, you know, this doesn't work or that doesn't work," because the angel belt completely breaks because they completely recoded the item wearable infrastructure. It's completely different, right? So they're going through and changing a huge amount of stuff in the API for 1.22. So it's gonna be a process. The next release of the next public release of Vintage Engineering will probably be the last release for 1.21, right? Because there's a ton of changes in 1.22, and so the new version of that, when that finally gets into stable, Vintage Engineering is going to go to 1.22, and I don't backport. I'm sorry, I'm one person. I don't backport. So I'm not going to backport features for 1.21 when I'm coding on 1.22. It's just not going to happen. What's funny is I still see in Minecraft, I still see people on mods, right? I'm looking at mods for NeoForge 1.21.1. I'm looking at mods for that version, which is like a pretty up-to-date version. I know it's like a year roughly around then when 1.21.1. I know they're working on 1.21.11, but 1.21.1 is the bulk amount of mods for that version. And I see people comment in those mods, can you backport this to 1.12? 1.12. That version is like, how long ago did 1.12 modded like exist? That was like at least 7 years ago, 8 years ago, maybe. Like, great. You're asking a mod author who spent hours of their time coding this mod for whatever version of the game is out now, and you're asking them legitimately with a straight face to backport the mod to a different mod loader, right? NeoForge to Forge, because NeoForge didn't exist in 1.12. You're asking them to backport the mod to a version that's so damn old, they probably have kids that are that old, right? So it's like, people in the modding community really need to understand the amount of time that goes into these. If you really want something backported to that crazy amount, then you can fork up, $1,000 and say, hey, this is going to take you many, many, many hours. Here's $1,000. And if you really want it, you can pay for it. But we need to get, as a community, modding and otherwise, we need to get past the idea that like these mod authors have an infinite amount of time to do whatever you want them to do. It is a tough, thankless sort of thing when you put out a new version of a mod that you put a lot of work into, and the first feedback is like, hey, can you turn this feature off? I need a config that turns this new feature off. And that's happened to me many, many, many times. It's just like I've spent hours and hours and hours implementing a cool new feature, and the first question is, hey, I want to turn this off. And it's like, okay, like it's very disheartening. Okay, let's move on. I won't even get into the rant of how stupid it is, or how stupid it is. Minecraft is still the modding scene is still as janky as it is, because I've been dealing with it for 13 years now, and it is not improved one iota from where it was. Anyway, that's why I'm hoping Tyrone and company for Vintage Story, they actually realize what's going on and they actually do something about it. And they say, you know what? we need to overhaul the modding community. We've got almost 5,000 mods, or now over 5,000. I don't know what the current number is, but it was close to 5,000. Right? When you have a modding scene that's that big and robust, you better start thinking about a little bit better of a solution than just a giant database of mods. This is where like CurseForge, a separate company, came in and said, "Okay, we will deal with the Minecraft modding community, and we'll optimize this, and we'll refine this, and we'll try to help as much as we can in organizing this." Right? And the glut of advertising that you're exposed to on CurseForge is annoying. But for Vintage Story, it's still like it's the Wild West. It's insane. Well, so the community of Vintage Story has exploded in the last couple of years, and it's like nothing has been done yet to optimize this community. There's no such thing as a mod pack. There's very little in the game regarding modding and stuff like that. It's just like there's little features here and there. You still can't do configs. Still can't edit mod configs in the game. And I don't care what mods there are out there that solve this, right? I don't care. There's config lib. There's all these other library mods. There's all these other mods that attempt to fix these. The base game needs these things. The base game needs to implement these, because if you don't, well, now there's an ecosystem that now you're at the mercy. All your customers are at the mercy of these mod authors, and it's a point of vulnerability in your game that you're now relying on mod authors to solve the problems that the base game should have solved already. Not being able to edit config files in the base game is ridiculous. They're text files. You just load up a UI, you load up all the text files, and you just run through like all the options. It's all there. You just create a UI, or you bound a UI around the data, and now you can edit them in game. Because it doesn't actually load those mods until you load a world. That's the beauty of it. When you're in the main menu of Vintage Story, you can edit those configs and then load a world, and it will load all those changes. Right? And then you could exit back to the main menu, change some more configs, load the world again, and now you don't even have to exit the game. Because it's loading that stuff when you load the world, not when you load the game. So it's like, it makes sense that the base game would have a config editor for mods, but it doesn't. And I have heard no word that they're looking to do that, which is annoying to me. So yeah, I would like to see that kind of change happen, but Tyrone has his priorities. Whatever, it's his game. He can do whatever he wants, but he's shooting himself in the foot and the leg and the thigh and the other foot by not doing certain things, and it's just unfortunate because the game could be 10 times. The game could be 10 times what Hightail is. Okay, so going in here, let's go through this. Validate well. So if we're off bounce, then we validate well every 2 minutes. We need to redo validate well. That's on the list. That'll actually be fairly easy. Then we grab the current power. And we say, hey, if we don't have enough power, the rated power, this call doesn't actually it doesn't remove any power. All it does, when you pass it the delta time, which is basically the fractional number of seconds since the last tick that you got. So it could be 0.25, it could be 0.1, it could be 0.11, it could be very, very variegated. So the rated power is just like, how much power would this tick need for this tick, right? How much power do we need for this tick? And we get that power in delta time and it's based on the power per second defined in JSON. So if you look at the power per second of the machine, what is this tick? What is the tops of this tick? If current power is less than that, we don't have enough power. Period. We don't have enough power. So the new state, if it's on, we're sleeping. We change it to sleeping. If we are on. Right? If we're sleeping, we need to set this to on. Right? Why is this here? Oh, right. If this passes, if current power is greater than or equal to rated power, we have enough power, we're going to set the state to on. This might not be the right call here. Because if we're already on, if new state equals dot sleeping. So if we're sleeping, turn on. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I should really drink less coffee on stream days. I would be able to get more done. He says as he pours the last of his coffee. I need to do another caffeine detox. Just go a month without coffee. When I did that a couple years ago for November. I did no caffeine November a couple years ago. It was honestly harder to get through that month than it was when I quit smoking. Honestly, like, it was hard. It was really hard. That was the month where, in the latter half of the month, I was able to sit down for an entire 8-hour stream, and I didn't even get up. Like, it was weird. Those streams were crazy marathons. But yeah, okay. Coffee is over. So yeah, I don't really have to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just, it's easier on my brain to see how this cascades, just to make sure that I'm only changing the state if it's not already on. Because if it's on, right, if we hit this passes, and we're on, this won't do anything, right? New state is already on. We don't need to, because new state was set up here, right? We're making a copy of the machine state. It's already on. This will pass. We may not even need this. Yeah, we may not even need that, because it's either on or sleeping. Those are the only two right now. And so the new state is on because we have enough power. We're gonna be good to go. I think this machine might need some flag at some point to to indicate that it's done, like it's gotten all the way to the well, everything is like it's done. Like we don't need to do anymore. So at some point we need to probably set and store a flag that's like this thing is done. It's ready to be torn down. Okay, so valid well. We could probably do it in here. Well, yeah, validate well. We could set validate. We could have this return false, right? If the well is not valid, obviously we could return false. But if we're done processing, right? If it's gone all the way down to the well source and all of the well casing is in place, if it's done, then we could return false on the validate well because it's valid, yes, but it's done. There's no more work to do. So if we go to validate well, right? So here is the simple code for this. We're grabbing the casing code, which is set in JSON, so mod authors could, they could add their own casing if they wanted. We grab the block, we make sure that it exists, right? Because if the well casing code is invalid, something bad happened, so we can't validate a well that doesn't have valid casing, right? So we have to be able to validate that casing. And we get the head position, which in this case is just the position of the center core, right? The head position, again, this code was kind of grabbed from the pump jack. So the head position is just the center, right? And then we go down copy is just give me the down and give me a copy of that. You don't ever want to do down. You always want to use whatever copy, right? Because if you just do down, you're actually going to change the head position, right? Whatever the head position is pointing at, you're actually going to change that. You don't want to change it. You just want to know, you want to grab a block position from that down copy rather than move it down, because you don't want to change the position of the block entity itself, that's what would do it. So the get position here, get block, we go down does not equal casing, right? We're checking the block that we're getting below, and we're saying, is it casing? Now, we need to do other things here, right? So this checks the casing, but this call is also looking at the fluid. What fluid is right below us? So we need to look at well position, right? Well position is the Y value of where the Derrick is at, right? So when we initialize the thing, the well position is not initialized to anything, so it takes its default, which is null. Okay, so when you first build this thing, well position will be null. So if we go in here and if we say if well position equals null, Derrick was just built, grab the fluid, it should be pumping. Because I'm building this in a way that will allow mod authors to add their own types of wells, right? You could define your own well, right? An example would be for like Minecraft would be like, fluid XP You have, maybe superheated brine, whatever, like, let your imagination go wild. This Derrick is not necessarily only for oil. It's for whatever fluid it's defaulted at. So with well position is null, which means this thing was just built. This is the first time we're validating. We need to then set the well position. We need to set the fluid that we're going to be looking at, because this thing is going to save and store and sync the very first fluid it runs into. It's going to store that and only ever look for that, which will eliminate the problem of like blocks, like water getting into the system, right? It's if it's pumping oil and it runs into water, it's just going to ignore water. And I know that's not realistic, but it would be a nightmare headache if it actually did that. If you actually started pumping water suddenly, because you don't know what's underground, you can't control that. So it's like, having a system that, I think it's okay. Let me see. I know there's a big question in here.
Got a question in chat?
Yep, I'm just reading it. I saw it scroll up on my peripheral vision, so it just takes me a hot second to actually get to it.
Okay, no problem.
Do I have the correct inputs? 1 heated iron ingot, 1 steel gear mold, 1 electrical supply, empty output slots. Why is it not working? Gears. No, you're fine. You can interrupt. That's the whole point of mod development streams, is if you have questions. Yeah, you can pump water. You just use the normal pump for water. It's you just pump if you have a lake, you can pump it out.
And do those connect to barrels? I forget.
I mean, you could. You just use pipes. You just use a pipe from a tank or something. You build a pump, you build a tank on it, you put a fluid pipe from the tank to a barrel, you could fill the barrel up easy. I've done that in tests. Like, I know it works because I've done it to test the barrels and the tanks and the pipes and all of that. So you can fill barrels automatically with water. So heated iron ingot. Well, let's look at the that's a messy desktop. So let's go assets, vintage, recipes, metal press, and you're looking at gears. Okay, so then the question is, what is your gear mold made of? If you can, what did you make your gear mold out of? Before I look into it, I'm gonna wait for the requisite amount of time to see, what did you make your gear mold out of?
Well, he did say steel gear mold.
Oh, I thought he was trying to make it. Okay, steel gear mold. And what are you trying? Okay, heated iron ingot. So there's your steel gear, and there's your iron gear there. Requires temp is 9. Requires temp -1 here. All of this -1 does is say whatever the base game temperature is set, right? It's just like default to the base game, like, temperature calculation, which is half of its melting point. The workable temp of any metal is half of its melting point. The only exceptions to that, I think, are copper and lead, which are workable at any temperature. They're workable at room temperature. So yeah, it should be working. You said it's heated. What temperatures? I'm assuming that the iron is either 1100 degrees or something along those lines. I think the melting point of iron, I think, is like, I want to say it's like 1400 something degrees, and so the technical working temperature would be, 700 something degrees. What I do with the electric forge, when it's in automatic mode for the forge, I just calculate the melting point and then I add 50, and that's what the target is. But the metal press should be working with iron, with the steel gear mold and the iron ingot heated. You should be getting the gears. It's saying recipe not found, huh? Well, I can look at it. Let's look at it together, shall we? It's going to take a hot minute for this to load. I'm in like debug mode, and so I'm loading all the debug symbols, and it's a lot more to load when you're in debug developer mode, so that's why it takes so long to load. So I'm gonna look at it here. So don't skedaddle away. Oh, we just ran into. This is in pump check. Objects, what? Position is null. Get well at. What? Excuse me? Call stack. Pump check on sim tick. Well position is null. Okay, this is weird. Game tick listener. So this is like the very first tick. If position equals null, return null. If the well equals null, return. Yeah, I have to stop. You can't hot reload. You can't change whatever line you hit that causes a problem. You can't change a line before that, solve the problem, and then hot reload it because it's already failed. So what was happening, what it looks like it was happening, it was calling that call before it actually loaded the information from the thing. Because I do have a pump check in the world. So it hadn't loaded the well position value yet, and then it tried to tick. Why stop? Oh my God! Stop doing that. Find a block entity. Yeah, it's fine. The Derrick block entity. I'm not registering that yet with the thing. So, all right, we're testing the metal press. So, are you using? If you're still here, There's the pump jack, by the way. I do have a little, well casing and then the thing down there. So this just to show you, like, this should work. MV. Why are you? It's pumping. Why did the animation stop? Excuse me? Ah, another thing to fix. This was working! Yeah, I must have scrambled some eggs or something. Yeah. I mean, it was pumping. The fluid was going in here. It just was... It wasn't animating, because probably the change that I made. I didn't like that at all. Okay, I have over here some things and stuff to test. What happened to my generators? I don't know what happened to my generators. I was taking a bunch of stuff down because I was testing a bunch of stuff. What happened to all my LV generators? I put them somewhere. There they are. Okay. Let's bring you guys over here. I only need a couple of them. So LV wire. And let's keep it simple. Like that. Okay. These should be getting some power. Well, they were already powered, so that's fine. This doesn't have a mold, so let's replicate gear. Steel gear mold. So give item Vent Engineering VE press mold dash gear dash steel. Okay, there's the steel gear mold. I might already have some iron on me. Yep, I have a little bit of iron. So let's put the steel gear mold in. And do I have any tongs? There's some tongs. Let's put a steel ingot or an iron ingot in here. Get that heated up. So 614 degrees. Is this not hot enough? Let's put this to like 1100. I just want to see, like, is it not detecting the thing in the stuff? Okay. No valid recipe found. Okay, let's... This is weird. I have a function in all of my things. Find matching recipe. Okay, so let's put the superheated iron in there. Oh, no, wrong UI. There. Okay, let's see. So there's the recipes. We have 57 recipes for the metal press. Plate, nails, gear. So this is actually here. Okay, so let's see. So this is going to look at every recipe. This is, by the way, this process is what the base game also does, so this is nothing new. But this is why when you have an enormous amount of items and blocks in your in your world, in your game, and recipes to match, this is why you might find crafting stuff laggy, because it has to look at every recipe. If you're making a grid, if you're putting stuff in a grid, right, every time you change a slot in that grid, every time you change that slot, it's going in and it's checking literally every grid recipe in the game for a possible match for what you just did, right? It's pulling that grid pattern for every time you're doing that. It's checking every grid recipe, both shaped and shapeless. It's checking it. And it's, if you have a huge amount of things in your game, thousands upon thousands of grid recipes, that process could take a while. So be very wary of how many mass amount of things that you add. So input slot and then mold slot. VE press mold geared steel. Dot matches. So if we look at MP recipe, and then basic metal gears dot code MP recipe dot ingredients of 0. Okay, so we're just gonna check advanced. Okay, it does it by alphabetical order, by the way. Iron. Wait. Metal plate? Ah! It's a plate, not an ingot. Did you specify that? I can't remember. Did you specify an ingot or a plate?
Looks like he said iron ingot.
Yeah,
so
it's a
that's
plate.
Probably the issue. It should be a plate.
It's a metal plate that makes the gears, not an ingot. So if we take the ingot out and we go, we're going to put this back on auto. If we go iron plate, Oh, this is going. Why did this? This should not be going to 1100. 1482. Yeah, half of that is 740. 740 plus 50. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's iron gear right there. Boink. There it is. Problem solved. Yeah, I like solving problems. But that also led me to believe that something is wrong over here. Why did this animation not start? And yes, it's super dark. It's always nighttime in this game, everybody. Nighttime lasts for 4 hours. Daytime lasts for 10 minutes. It's always nighttime. It's always nighttime. It takes so long for the day to go by. Why did this animation not start? Oh. I bet you I know. Well, maybe not. Do you need plates? No, you don't need plates for all the recipes. It's depending on the recipe. Every recipe is defined differently. But you should see it in the handbook. Like, handbook, gear. No, that's a different gear. Vintage engineering gear. There it is. Chromium gear. Plate. Iron gear. You can see plate. Plate in machine metal press. I would like to, I would like to fondle this a little bit and try to be a little bit more specific and add in code that's like using the gear like mold, like actually flesh this out a little bit. I didn't do the code that does this. I didn't write that, so it would take me like a little bit of time to actually go into it. But yeah. But if you look at like nails and strips, if you look at nails and strips, you can see it's also plate. But if you look at plate, right, it's ingots. So you see the ingots. It's depending. And again, mod authors could add their own molds. They could add their own recipes. Like all of this stuff is you can mod and add to Vintage Engineering with your own molds. You just do JSON patches, basically, adding the molds, and then you just create your own recipes in the Metal Press directory. I do want to produce an add-on to Vintage Engineering as an example of like, hey, this is how you add on to the mod, as an example that other people could look at and go, oh, that's how you do it. As well as to make sure that it works, right? I need to be able to test that stuff. And so, yeah. The press mold, well, yeah, metal press mold. There they are. So you have gears, nails and strips, and plates. Well, you could make, I don't know, what else would you press, I guess. I don't know. If you're looking for wires, that's the extruder and the die casts, right? You're literally extruding hot metal through a die cast that I just tried to replicate in a gamey, generic way how industry actually works, right? How these things are actually made. When you make wire, like LV wire, yes, it can be smithed, but this is missing, well, it's like the wire itself, like wire, if we look at like LV wire, you can see metal rod in machine v extruder. What I want to be able to add to this is using the die, like using the die cast, right? Using the LV die cast. That's what's missing from this. I don't know how easy it would be to do that. Again, this particular code that I didn't write. Blue Lightning wrote this part, but I would just augment like what required, like detect in the recipe what the requirement is, because that's part of the recipe, right? Requires. So you just say if the recipe attributes has this requires, then you just say requires. If it's possible to make it like the copper version is you can make it both with the higher level and the lower level. So you could, you'd have to have it swap, sort of like you see this, right? This is cycling. You'd have to be able to do that, and then I don't know how that works. It would take me time to dig into that, but I want to know why this thing is not animating. This thing should be animating. So I need to look at set state. And let's grab some MV wire. Somewhere in here is MV wire. It's somewhere. There it is. Let's kick that out of my out of my hand. Take this. Boom. Okay, so state is on. Oh, it's already on. Which side are we on? We're on the server side. Okay. We need to see what the client does. Server, client. The state is already on. Oh, it's on because we set it to on. So if it's on, the animation util. Whoa. Why? Wait, what? Why did the what? We're on the server now. Now we're on the client again. Start animation. Stop animation. Now we're on the server. Well, the server should not be running the animation. I need to... Sleeping. Now we're sleeping. Why did we go from on to sleeping now? La. What did I do differently? Yeah, I don't want this to be flipping so much. If new if state equals new state, return. The set state, if we're not setting the state to a new state, keep the state. If state equals on, and AP, or let's do cappy does not equal null. Because the animation should only be playing on the client. The server doesn't animate stuff. It's just okay, let's hot reload that. This should be animating. And anybody wondering, yes, it is part of the design that you lose wire. There's a net loss of wire whenever you wire and you cut and you wire and you cut and you wire and you cut. There's a net loss of wire by design. Because I was running into a problem where it was very, very easy to duplicate wires. You would get more wire back than you would put in. So I make sure that's not possible by having, basically, when you wire a block up, it rounds up on the cost, right? So if you're like 2.52 blocks apart, it's going to round up to costing 3 wire. When you cut it, when you break it, it rounds down. So if it's 2.53, it's going to give you back 2. So it's a net loss. I don't know what the threshold is there, but if it's a direct 1-to-1, right? If this was up a block and you had exactly 1 block, if it was exactly 1 block apart, you would get back exactly 1. There would be no net loss. But with this case, it is a thing. This was working. This was working. I am at a loss. Let's see. Save and leave. Something that I did to fix that no ref. Get well at position. Pointing to from code position.add copy, pointing to 2, so that gets to the head position, and I need down. Okay, so if position equals null, get well at. I'm gonna remove this. I want to dig deeper into this issue and get back to my norm. Let's see. Get well at. Where is this referenced? In 53? Well position is not equal null. 158. Okay, so here. The well. Why was this should not have barked at me that this was null. Get well at well position. Okay. Go to definition. Get block. This is why. Okay. Get block entity. Returns null. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah. No, I'm not going to fix with Copilot. All right. I'm going to think about this for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. So, oh, man. This is weird. Like, position. Why was position null? Position should not have been null. Position does not equal null. The well. I'm pretty sure I'm syncing. Yeah, I'm syncing well position. So I'm going to add a breakpoint to this. So somewhere I have to click somewhere in here to add a breakpoint. God, really? Oh, it's way back here. We're going to do a condition if well position equals null. Okay. If this position equals null, then breakpoint. Because I need to see what the call stack, like, how are we in here? Is it the very first tick of the world? Before it's even loaded? That doesn't make any sense why it would tick before it was even loaded. Although, yeah. So, my call stack is very simple. Trigger game tick, trigger game trick, tick, game tick listener on triggered, on sim tick here. Okay. Do I well position equals null? Like, what is this? What am I in? Okay. Sir, we're on the server side. inventory position this dot position dot to local position. Minus 35, 3, minus 66. Okay, we need to remember that. Minus 35, minus 66. Yeah, because this is going to pop into here, right? And this is going to error. Because position is null, this is bad. And we are on the server side. API is set. Which means we've run the initialize. We've initialized this. This dot attributes get this dot well position. Okay, minus 35, minus 66. We're gonna take this. We can't hot reload it because we're already past this. This is gonna error, so I'm just gonna stop. What it might be triggering on right? It shouldn't error this time. Right? The well is null. So this might error because asset location will be null. Yeah. We're still on the server. Why is this null? I think what might be happening, minus 35, minus 66. So let's get that back. Get back in and see what that is. Because remember, initially my Derrick, I used the pump jack. So I want to make sure that that we can load. Either that or I can put a delay on the initial tick. Put a delay of like half a second. Okay, so see, this is minus 17, minus 66. Minus 33, minus... So this is what's actually ticking, right? This thing. So it wasn't my... It wasn't the actual pump jack that was causing the problem. It was that thing. Because I initially used the pump jack block entity. Right? Okay, so this thing... let's save and leave. Quit. We're gonna do that. Go to definition. I mean, I just want to know if like some weird thing happened where it was where this null check actually prevented the animation from playing. It should not have done that, but this thing was literally animating last time I tried this, so I don't understand it. It could have gotten its egg scrambled a little bit in trying to figure out what goes where. Hopefully now that we've torn down that old Derrick which was using the wrong block entity, that this should have fixed itself now. So let's try this again. There it goes. Yeah, I don't have very much power left in this system, so I'm pretty proud that this thing works. It would be cool to know how to ease that out. There might be a different setting. I don't think there's a way to just stop it in its tracks. Just stop whatever frame of animation it's on. I don't know. I don't know enough about the animation subsystem. I'm pretty sure the game swaps it out for an entity that's animated. Which is why the shadows and the shading of the block changes whenever something is animating, just because it's it's a thing. Okay. That mystery has been solved, thank God. That was bothering me trying to figure out why that was airing out. I was looking at the wrong block. It was weird. I say. Okay. Back to the Derrick. Now that we've solved that little mystery. The Derrick has its own animation, but again, that's fine. Okay. Let's check chat here. All right. He's David Robinson is good to go. I don't need to be looking at that. I need to be looking at this. Okay, Derrick was just built. Grab the fluid. Okay, so now we're going to look at the head position here. Is literally the position of the block. So it really doesn't matter. But I'm gonna reference head position anyway, just in case. Just in case that changes in the future. So we're gonna do block position fluid type equals head position dot add copy block facing dot down. Right? So what this does is it grabs the head position, which is just the position of the Derrick, right? It's just the core position. We're adding to that position a copy. The add copy is just it's going to create a new instance added to, and then the block facing is just which way you want to go, right? Block facing dot down, the add copy is actually going to give me a value of the position of the Derrick with a Y level -1. It's just a way of doing that where it's very easily readable, very handy. So the fluid type for the block position is what is directly under us, right? We want to scan this, right? Just in case this thing is built in the air, right, where there's some air blocks in between, we want to scan it until we hit a block that's something, right? So, let's see. How do we want to do this? I'm trying to think of we're looking at the block under us. block at check equals api.world.get block. Oh, block accessor.get block fluid type. So we've grabbed the block. If check dot is liquid, well fluid block code equals check dot code dot toString. Okay. Well, let's this instance that somebody builds it and is right over the thing you want. We want to do then well position equals fluid type dot copy. So we look directly under the Derrick. If that is a fluid, right, check that is liquid. We set our filter to that fluid and we set the position to that location. Else, if it's not a fluid, if check dot ID does not equal 0, block under center of Derrick is not a liquid and not air. Did you hear? I was catching up on chat, and I said you were good to go. Block under center of Derrick is not liquid and not air. Get first pumpable position, lock position, start. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. So this thing is going to look under it. If it's like remember, well position is null. When well position is null, which means this thing has not done this process yet. Then look under us. If it's a fluid, set our filter, set the position to start, right? This is the filter doesn't change for the whole thing. This is saved and synced and everything. So this once the fluid is set, the whole process it's going to be set unless you break the Derrick. If you break it, then this, I'll make sure this is lost. And then set the position. Now, if it's not liquid, then we need to look at, see if the ID is not equal. If the ID is 0, if the ID is 0, which is what this else block is, block under center of Derrick is air. This one here, if it's not liquid and not air, if check equals casing. I know this is a crazy if-else string, and it's not perfect code, but I have to get it functional, and then I can optimize. Getting it working is step 1. Optimizing it is step 5. So, let's see. We have, if check equals casing, we need to get the first error, like get first pumpable position from the start. So this is the time with if check equals casing, we need to call get first pumpable position. Well position equals get first pumpable position, which is at fluid type. Okay. So if we're looking under us for some, like in the case where you've got the Derrick running and it's been building this casing and stuff, and something happens, you accidentally break it, and you accidentally break it, and you reform it right away. But when you reform it, it's now reinitializing, and so you've already got a bunch of casing. We need to basically reset the process. When well position is null, we still need to reset the process. So get first pumpable position is that well position, which then that's fine. That we can do a check if well position is null. So get first pumpable position, if this thing goes all the way down and the very last block it looks at is the well, then it's done and we can just return null. So with that's already set. If the check is not casing, right, well position equals or well position equals null. It's an invalid. The Derrick is sitting on an invalid block. It's not air. It's not a fluid, and it's not a casing. It's invalid. It's not sitting on anything valid. So well position equals null. So well position being null, that's kind of a thing that's like, it is what it is. It's gonna be checking a lot. It's gonna periodically revalidate the well every 2 minutes, but it could always come back null until you go down. Maybe you put it on a block to start, right? You build a block, then you put the core on the block, and then you build a multi-block around that, and you leave that block. Once you finish it, it's going to invalidate, like the well won't validate because it's sitting on, a rock or something like that. But then you go underneath and you break that rock to open that up because you've already built the thing. The next time it validates, it will actually now there's not a rock under it. Now we can actually go and look to see what's down there. So this is like when I'm coding, I'm always thinking about all these little edge cases. How a person would approach and build this thing. It's going to be a giant, very expensive, very involved sort of structure. How are you going to do it? And so I try to cover all the bases, or as many as I can think of. People always run into problems. They always run into edge cases that I couldn't think about before. So that's natural, but I do try to sort of run through my mind and kind of catch the big the big problems. So ID is not equal to 0, which means it's not air. This is good. Well is good. Now, if ID equals 0, which means it's air, we need, again, well position equals get first pumpable position fluid type. So we're sending this down. We want to get it's air, right? Now, again, writing this code, getting it working is step 1. Coming back and looking at the logic and then optimizing it is step 5, right? So I need to get it working first. And I know having this call twice is just really inefficient. I could just put this up here, right? It's going to do it no matter what. And I can do all of these checks in this call. But again, that's an optimization. I want to make sure it's working first, and then we can optimize. Okay, so here we have the well position, get first, block under it is air. So in this, we need to do some checks. If API equals null, return null. Or SAPI equals null. Right? If API is null and SAPI is null, SAPI is the server-side API, CAPI is the client-side API. It's just the nomenclature the game uses in a lot of places that I just adopted because the only time SAPI is not null is if we're on the server, right? So if we're on the server and we've been initialized, API is valid and SAPI is valid, we're good to go. If we're on the client, API will be fine, but SAPI will be null. And we're not running this on the client. This does not run on the client. Client has no say at all in whether the well is pumpable or anything like that. The client is, across my entire mod, the client bears really no control over how the mod functions. It's all server-side code, which is important. You don't want the clients controlling anything. The clients can interact, right? The clients can run wires and all of that kind of stuff, but the server controls like the validation and saving and syncing and all of that kind of stuff. So like somebody down the road could not hack in and inject bad data into the server because the server is revalidating everything. So get first pumpable position. So first thing we need to make sure, yes, APIs are good because we need to interact with the world, right? So we need the block accessor in order to run down this. Okay, so there's a couple different ways to do this. We do a bunch of get blocks. I could do a walk blocks a little bit better. Again, that's an optimization that can come down the road. It's just a thin line of blocks that go down though. It's not really a walk. I don't know. Walk blocks might be good, but I don't know. There could be an optimization. This should not run that often, but anyway. So we want to grab the casing again. I'm leaving this one alone because this one has a very specific use which validates the casing from the given position start, and it goes all the way down, and if it runs into the fluid well block itself, then it's validated the casings, right? So it's a single, very specific use, and it does not return a block position. I need one that returns a block position. So we're going to take this casing, and we're going to grab the casing, right? So we want to see, we're going to skip air, and we're going to skip casing. So while start.y is greater than 0, so I need, when I send this down, fluid type, do I want to do a copy? Because fluid type is going to change, right? This position, when this call gets back, this position will have changed to be the well position. It's literally the same thing. So, I don't know. Position.y. So, we need to grab the block. Block at equals a, or sappy dot world dot block dot block accessor dot get block start dot down. So in this case, down is actually going to change the block position. Dot down shifts it down one. Right? I'm not creating a copy. And the important difference here is, anybody who's coding mods, the important difference here is you only want to create copies. You only want to do that if you need to. Because if I did a down dot copy here, it's creating more memory. It's creating items on the stack that I don't need. Right? I don't need copies upon copies upon copies upon copies. I don't need that. So I just need to shift it down one. And all I'm doing is shifting it down, and as I'm going down, and then the while loop is saying while y is greater than 0. Right? Because if y equals 0, I'm at the bottom of the world, something is invalidated. It's not valid. Right? So something happened. If I hit y equals 0, that's mantle. Y equals 1 might be mantle. But I think I don't know. Y equals 0 might be mantle. I can't remember. So if we're down that far, that's a problem. So I'm shifting down. I'm not creating a copy. I'm just taking the variable and I'm shifting it down. And all this does is just reduce y by 1 every time. I could shift it down 2 blocks and I could skip a block, but that would be stupid. I don't want to do that. If block act equals casing, continue. So we're skipping casing, basically. So else if block at dot id, or is there like an is error? Block at air. No, you would think that like is air would be in, but it's dot id equals 0. Continue. Right. So this is where we kind of break away. We're not actually looking for the well. Not directly. We're looking for the first pumpable position. Right, which is not casing and not air. If block at dot is liquid, now well, if block at is liquid and block at dot code dot to string equals well fluid block code. This might be a pitfall here. This might not be set by the time I get in here. Because if this is placed and there's a few air blocks in between the Derrick and the first like oil or whatever you're pumping, right? If this thing hits and whatever, there's a bunch of air in between, we haven't set the filter yet, right? We haven't set it yet. So it's not guaranteed that this filter is set. So we want to say if well fluid block code equals string dot empty return start. We're returning start because we're actually physically changing start. We're moving start down. So we're returning the input, right? We've shifted start down. Technically, we wouldn't really need to do that because when we come back from the function, start will have changed. But I'm going to return it anyway. I'm trying not to flood the stack with variables, with like copies of variables that we don't need. So if block is liquid, if the well fluid block is string.empty, which means this has not been set yet, right? We default this value to string.empty, not to null, but string.empty. So if this is string.empty, this value has not been set yet, we need to return the value. We need to return where we're at because this will set, right? This will set the fluid. If block at dot code dot toString equals well fluid block code return start. Else continue. So what we're looking at here, running this through this again, we're taking the Derrick, we're going under one block in the center. If that's air, right, then we come through here, we get the down, because we've already checked the block directly under. We've already done that. Right? We've checked that one already. And this one wasn't valid for, whatever reason. It could have been error or whatever. So then we come through and we're like, all right, let's actually find it. It could be the very next block. We don't know. There's I don't want to do a lot of that, but so what this does now is we look at the first thing we do is look at the block directly under. If that's error, then we call this and we send it the position. So the first thing we do is we grab the block again, or grab the casing block just for a reference. And we say, all right, this is fine because we're above 0. We grab the next block down, right? We give you the start, but we go the next block down and we check that one. If it's casing, we continue. And continue just goes back up to the while loop and it starts it again. Start.down already decrements y. Y already got reduced by 1 at this call here. So continuing here, y is now 1 less. Then we grab the block again. Right? We've gone down 1. We've checked this one. We continue. We then drop it again. Now, if it's not casing, we say, all right, what is it? Is it air? If it's air, we continue again. We're skipping air. If it's a liquid, Well, then it's more complicated. Then we have has the filter been set yet for the Derrick? Right? If it hasn't, then return where we're at. Right? Return this position because this is the fluid, right? This is what we're pumping. It could be water. If you want to do water wells the same way, like you just add water well. If this is not set, then return where we're at. This is going to set the filter. If this is set, then we want to compare the block that we're at to the well filter. And if these are matching, then this is the next point. Else, this condition would set if you let's say you're pumping a Derrick out, right? And there's water, there's a bubble of water or something inside. And this happens with Minecraft all the time. As you're pumping something out, there's water in there. And you pump it down to a certain level, water now comes in and flows into your well. Well, if you accidentally break or something happens to the Derrick, it has to revalidate again. It's going to come down and it's going to see water, right, in the block space, possibly, that you're going to see, right? And so it wants to skip that because what it actually is looking at is it wants oil or it wants brine, whatever you're pumping, it wants that instead. And so it's going to skip the water. And right. And so we want to make sure when we return from this is giving us our first pumpable location. It's our first non-solid, non-air position. If we get through this whole thing, if block that is liquid, let's see, how did I do this? Yeah, I think I have to set a value to
Hello, Mirza.
Mirza, how's it going? So we have validate well, and then we have validate well, and then we have validate casing, validate. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying if blockhead is liquid, else. And now we need to check if AP, or let's do sappy.world.block_accessor.get block entity at start is iFluid well. Then well completed equals true. Return null. Okay, so basically what this does is say, all right, we're tagging, we're going down, we're casing and casing and casing and all the way down. We're running into casing the whole time, and we get so far down that we hit a fluid well, right? Well, we've hit a fluid well. That means this has been casing the whole time, and then we hit a fluid well. Well, the well is then completed. We're done. So we need an else on this. So block at is liquid. If this is false, that means it's a solid. Right? If it's a solid and not a well, we need to return null, but not set well completed. Right? We could even do this. Just to cover our bases. Right? Just in case. I don't know. Something weird might have happened. Some data might have been scrambled. I don't know. But we want to make sure well completed is false. Because we've come all the way down. Whatever place we've hit, we could have hit rock, could have hit a brick, we could have hit something, right? That isn't the well, isn't casing, isn't air, and isn't a liquid. Right? All of those things. If we come out of this whole process, get first bubble position, if we come back from this and we actually have a block position, right? Then we have a place to look at. And I always document all my functions. I try to anyway, as you can see. From start, check down to find the first position that has a fluid. That has a valid fluid source or fluid block. From start, check down to find the first position that has a valid fluid block to pump. Only if fluid filter is set, only validates that fluid. If, well, let's see. If well is hit, well completed is set to true. Starting point y value of this will change. Returns block position if found. Null if not found, or well completed. Okay, so that's the logic of that. We can optimize it later. So here we have the situations. If the check is casing, then we need to grab well position. So validate well. If well position equals null and well completed equals false, return false. Okay, so if well position, if we come back from this call, well position is null, but well completed is not, like false, like we're not completed,
But well positioned is null, which means something isn't valid, right? Something isn't valid. Then return false, because this is a validate well. We're trying to validate the well. So if check equals casing, block under the center of Derrick is liquid and not air, is not a liquid and not air, and it's casing, then we want to validate all the way down. And if it's not casing, then well position is null anyway. Right? Because it needs to be casing all the way down to the very first block that we need to pump. It's a progressive sort of, it's going to be placing blocks as it goes. So the thing is, it's going to go down. It's going to grab all of the source blocks that it can find of whatever filtered fluid it is. It's going to grab all of those at the level or above at its position, and it's going to start pumping them from a distance away. I don't know what the range could be, like 32 blocks. I don't know what a good range. I think 32 blocks is more than fine. That's pretty far away, but it's one chunk basically. Like one chunk is 32 blocks, you know. So it's like you have that, and it's going to be pumping out from the furthest away. So the very last block that's pumped, the very last block that's changed or removed, is the one at the position, right? Once that block is grabbed, there's no more fluid at that level. That's when the next casing gets placed, and the system moves down one and does it all over again, right? So we're working on the logic that basically validates. It gets us to that point. It gets us to where we need to start to search for the blocks. We haven't done the search yet. So if we do this and we get a position, then it's good to go. Right? If well positioned equals null and well completed equals false, return false, else return true. Now we need to come down here and go, all right, if check.id equals or does not equal 0, which means it is equal to 0, which means it was error, we validate again. And again, I'll optimize all of this stuff later, but I need to get the logic process in my brain done. So again, we're looking at well position is error, where we need to grab the first position. But we also need to, see, there's an edge case. So if there's a bunch of air blocks, we need to be placing, while we go down, we need to be placing casings, right? But we can handle that. I can inject that code into like this. I can just add, if it's air, if its ID was 0, right? That means it's air. We need to add code in here to place casings, right? Because as we go down, we need casings. So if we don't have casings, like if our input is not, if we don't have any casings, then we need to not do this at all. So that's a bunch of other logic that I need to work on. Okay, so in here we have, where are we looking? Right here. So is air, get first pumpable position, well position. So again, if well position, Jesus, come on game, well position, else return true. So it's a cascade. It's a nasty bit of code. I know. I'm aware. I don't know, what is this? A casing isn't under the head bounce. I don't know where did this come from? Validate well. Is this old code? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. If well position equals null, which means we don't have this position set yet, this thing will validate the well. And if these situations happen, if it's null, these situations happen, then we need to return. But this process will also get us the first pumpable position. So well position with the pump jack, well position gets saved as it validates the well all the way down, and then that position of the well block, that's the position. With the Derrick, I sort of changed the well position. Instead of being the actual well source block position, it is the current position of the well that we're going down. So we have and if we get all the way down, again, first pumpable position, if we get all the way down to that level where we have the well itself, which means the well is completed, right? If well position equals null and well completed equals true, then we return true because the well, it's a valid well, and I'll have a catch that says if well completed, don't do anything, right? Once well is completed, it won't have to run this code at all. It'll basically skip it. So we can look at that in the sim tick. So we can look at here, if well completed, return. Just if well is completed, we don't have to do anything else. It's done. The well is done. It's up to the player. You tear down the Derrick. It's done. You tear it all down and you build the pump jack in the proper place. You build a pump jack, and that will then again validate all the casings. It has all of that code to validate all the casings. So you can't go in and take all the casings out and then build the pump jack, because the pump jack will validate, and it has to have a casing. You can't build a pump jack right over the well because it needs the casing. So yeah, we kind of short circuit it. If the well is completed, the sim tick, we're done. We don't even need a tick anymore. I could just remove the tick listener. Yeah, I could just remove the tick listener. But I'm not storing the listener ID anywhere, so I would have to add a bunch of stuff for that, but I don't want to do that right now. But anyway, here we go. Validate well. Right, that's kind of what we just did. And then if we come in here and well position is not null, which means we're in the process of pumping, then we need to look at this. This is actually a good call. Get block head position dot down copy. Well, this assumes that we have at least one casing, which is not. There's an edge case of the very first block. If you build this right over the oil, right over the center of that oil, so there's no air, there's no nothing. The very first block it looks at, right, it'll come in here and it'll do the well position not equal null. So well position will be a null. This will come through. The well position will be that position. So well position equals fluid type dot copy, and then we bounce across here and we look at this. This would actually fail because the casing is not done yet. We haven't pumped out the fluid yet. There's 1 or 5, however many blocks we've got. We need to work on this. So if well positioned, we need to look at the two different scenarios of a valid well or a valid Derrick operation is the block that the well position is looking at is either a fluid or casing. So this is looking at the head position, the block directly below the Derrick. This is what this is looking at. If this is not equal to casing, so I want to do block below equals if below does not equal casing, and below dot I is liquid. Not. Okay. So if we grab the block that's below, I just declared this here because I didn't want to do this. I would have to do that whole call twice. I didn't want to do that. I want to do it once. So this grabs the block directly below. And remember, we're in this code if well positioned, right? If well positioned is not null. So we should be at a position. So we're grabbing the below. If it's casing, it should never be casing. It should always be liquid. Right? We should always, the well position should always be a liquid. And we should be grabbing, head position, in this case, grabs the position of the block position. Down is looking at the directly below. I think instead, what we need to grab is the well position here. We need to look at where the well is, because well position is not null, right? We need to grab what that is. Because when you first build this, well position will be null. This thing will validate itself, right? This validation will run when you first build it or when it first initializes. So if we're in here, then well position is set. We want to grab that position. If below at position at position. If at position, I don't think we need to look at that. Dot is liquid, that not negates it, right? If the position we're at is not a liquid, then we need to return false. If liquid isn't at our current position, bounce. There's something a little off with this logic. I'm gonna have to ponder pretty hard, like, my logic here, because there's something off about this. This validate well. Yeah, because if this is false, whatever this returns to, if this is false, then we need to revalidate the whole thing, right? Which means running this or whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the logic here as I grind through this. At position that is liquid, because the current position should always be, if well position is not null, we should be at a fluid, 100%. Because when the last block is pumped, right, it's going to pull that last block, put the casing down, and it's going to just do that really fast. It's going to be pump, place, move, down. It's just boom, boom, boom. So it's like there's going to be no time before when the block is pulled from that position to when it moves down to restart the whole process. There's going to be very little time, like nanoseconds, basically. So if the position is at if position that we're at is not liquid, return false because something bad happened. This validates all casings down to the well. It also sets the well position if found. So validate casings. I don't think I need to do this. Yeah, I don't think I need to do this. I'm going to do validate casings in a different way. Because all this does is just, if well completed is true, right? If well completed is true, then we can run validate casings. Literally, like in the sim tick, if well completed equals true, we could just run it, again every 2 minutes. Just check to see are the casings still good? If they're not, right, that means somebody's gone underground and shenanigans happened and they're removing casings, which they shouldn't be doing. Okay. So this validate well is called 108.163. So there's validate well on the sim tick. So this I'm gonna have to make sure that as this thing validates, I think the validate well here and then 108 was the other one here. Let's think about this for a second. So the validate, in this case, validate well position equals null. First time it's built. You go down to validate well. Validates the well. We also want to make sure we're not doing any of this stuff if the Derrick isn't actually built. Right? Because this code up here, this initialize, this is actually run when you place the core block. When you initialize it, it's going to initialize. We do the SymTick check to make sure it's built. That check is done. But the validate, we should not be validating this if we're not built. So if base.block.variant of state does not equal built, return false. Like this is we don't want to run any of this validation code if the thing isn't built yet, right? Because incomplete is the state that it's in before it's built. When you finish the multi-block, it exchanges the core for the built version, which is the big, pretty version, right? It's the big version. So we don't want to validate this thing unless it's built. That's important, I think. So that's something I could probably change with the pump jack. The pump jack should not be running this code. It should not be trying to validate the well before it's even built. That's stupid. Validate well. This does a check, but I don't think I do validate well. I don't have a if base.block.variant of state is not equal belt, return false. Yeah. Don't validate don't validate unless you're built. God damn it. Like it's just like okay. That's a big savings on tick rate because it should skip. Because when you place the core is the same block entity, right? The core and the finished machine, it's the same block entity. It's just a different state, what state it's in, which is the variant of the block. But I like trying to swap block entities and stuff. Like that's a lot of data that you would like. If the block entity of the core was a different block entity than the finished version, and you're just doing the exchange block call that I use to swap the block smoothly, that exchange block doesn't mess with the underlying data like the block entities. There's non-destructive to the block entities. There's no data that changes. So if I did an exchange block where the block entity was different between the two, you would run into a situation where now you've got possibly two block entities for the same space. That would be very bad. So it's just one block entity, and it's just kind of it's the variant that changes. And the code itself detects what it is. Is it built? Is it incomplete? Those are the two variants. So, yeah. Anyway. here we have a so we're in here, we have gone through the initialization. Basically, validate well when it's finished and it's built. Now they're obviously they're. I always catch weird little edge case bugs or little bugs here and there in some of the logic that I did. It's a lot easier to hone the code once I have something in the game that I can like step through and test to see how it's actually breaking, and then I'm like, okay, and I usually end up having to recode something fundamental. So this validate well here. 79 and 131. '79 is up here. Oh, this is let's actually look at the right object. Don't be changing the pump jack now. So let's look at the right object. Validate well. 108 and 163. This should be fine. Because we do it, 63 kind of implies, since it's so high up here, it's probably in the initialization. Right here. Nope, wait. Excuse me. 108 and 63. And 63. So, 108 is in the initialize, of course. So that this validate well here doesn't really matter if it's true or false, like if it's valid or not, just validate it because we're initializing it. And initialize, this is called when you first build it, but it's also called when it's loaded from disk. So if it's loaded from disk, that would mean the well position is loaded as well, right? And remember, we're not saving the pool. We're not saving what are we pumping. We're just saving the position that we're at. So, and then 163 was in here. We're validating again. But we're validating it every 2 minutes because we just need to make sure that we've got casing. And so this code, like to do place casing in air as well is validated. So the other thing I want to do if well completed, we're good, right? We're good. Well is completed, we're fine. If well is not completed, if input slot dot empty return okay, if input slot dot item stack dot collectible dot code does not equal well casing code, return. This thing will not operate unless there's well casing in it, right? If the well is completed, then that's good, right? If it's completed, then I don't care. But if it's not completed and there's no well casing in it, it just will not operate, because when it validates all of the validation that it does, it's going to need casing, because as it runs into air, right? If it runs into air, it's going to want to place casing. So yeah, as this progresses, we're going to need more and more casing. And if the well is not completed yet and we're actively pumping, we really need to make sure that we have well casing. So if input slot.empty, then return it, because it's obviously we don't have any casing. If input slot.itemStack.collect, this is why you do this first, right? You don't want to check the item stack if it's empty, because it'll literally crash. You'll throw a null ref exception. So item stack only exists if it's not empty. You always check your empty first, and then you can check your stack. Because if it's not empty, there's obviously an item stack in there. So and then we're checking the well casing code, which comes from JSON. Because a mod can introduce its own well casing and just change the Derrick to use its well casing. So you can just change the Derrick, and it just incorporates that new well casing. Or you can create your own Derrick, right? And use this base class, but the other Derrick. Okay, so well validation. Okay, so this is kind of a catch-all. The problem is when we initialize, and when we do the first initialize and we call it, do we want to validate when we first build it? So if well position equals null, first time initializing, aka just built. So if it's just built, we still might need well casing. This is the problem. When you build it, if you build it up in the air, let's say you build it 2 or 3 blocks above where the oil is, or whatever you're pumping. You could pump lava with this thing if you wanted to. So you're right above that pool, but you're a few blocks above it. Well, when I'm validating, I want to place the casing as I go down, right? If it's air blocks, I want to place this casing until I hit the first fluid to set the filter and to set the position where I'm pumping. And it doesn't matter if the liquid is a source or not, right? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna pump source, but if the block is liquid, it could be flowing lava. It could be flowing. Right, you could have a stream of it coming in, and you have a little bit in the block space. It's still going to look to see what it can pump, even if it's less than a source. So this validate well will still need casing. So if input slot dot empty if not input slot dot empty or and input dot item stack dot collectible dot code does not equal well casing code. Let me make sure the logic is right here. If we're not empty and equals code, then do this. Then we need to take this, anybody who is screaming at their monitors, and we need to move it up here. Right? We need to set that before we check it. Because if we didn't, it would be literally either null or string.empty. Right? And we would be comparing a code to string.empty. The other problem is this, the inventory is literally not initialized yet. I might have to push this above this. Right? Because I need to make sure that the inventory is initialized and all of that before I actually access it. It's kind of important. The inventory will get loaded and synced from disk, right? In the event that this is like saved in a chunk, and then you go back to the chunk and it'll initialize. The inventory will initialize. But this late initialize has to get run in order to set proper, API variables and sort of the internals of an inventory. That has to be done. Because the constructor, so the sort of the process when you go into a chunk, right, and there's a machine there, and the machine loads. Okay, several things happen in succession. The constructor for that gets called, right, which it creates a new version, right? It'll create a new Derrick with a constructor. Then it will call the tree attributes, and it will load whatever is from the tree attributes from the save, and then the from tree attributes gets called. So this from tree attributes, when it loads off of disk, it'll construct it. It'll create a new instance of that. Then it will call this from tree attributes and initialize your variables from disk. Then it will call the initialize. Right? So your from tree attributes initializes your inventories and it sets your inventories. And then the late initialize actually specifies the details of the inventory, right? The late initialize actually gives you the class name, the position, sets the API call. You can actually set the capacity of things, because you want to set the capacity here, because I base it off of a JSON attribute, which you can tweak, but the constructor sets it to a default. And then in the late initialize, I set it to the actual value. Right? So it's like, I want to make sure this is set properly. But then we do the sidedness, because the client is getting the inventory. The client sees that there's stuff in it. This is how the GUI is drawn, right? When you open a GUI and you see stuff in slots, and you see power, and you see, this is because you're getting a copy of what's on the server, and the GUI is just pulling those numbers. The GUI is not pulling them directly from the server. The GUI is pulling them from a copy on the client. So anything you want to show in a GUI, you have to save you have to sync client to server, right? So we're pulling all of that information from the server, and the client is just displaying it. When you change a slot on a GUI, what that's doing is it's syncing that to the server and saying, hey, this slot has changed. And the server calls that exact same thing, right? And it validates it. The same events are called on the same, like it's synchronized, but the server takes precedent. If the server denies something that's happening, it will shut it down. It won't do it. This is why sometimes you see, if a mod doesn't synchronize this stuff properly, you can put something in a slot and have it just disappear, right? Because it's not really there. The server comes back and says, no, this is not allowed. and the client, it overrides the client. And so this is where you get when somebody like reports a weird bug with like pipes or something, where a pipe is, is making something disappear. This is why is the server, a transaction was attempted. The client shows it happened, but the server says, "Nah, we're not doing that," and sends an empty item stack. Right? It sends a slot that's empty. It doesn't have the thing in it. That disappears it from the client. So that's kind of how those bugs can propagate. But this, again, we just built the thing. It probably doesn't have anything in it because we just initialized. So we don't really want to validate it when it's just built. But if well position is null, this could also mean the thing is completed. So if well position equals null and well completed equals false. Right? If well is completed, it's done. We're still going to try to validate once in a while. But we're going to call the validate casings because the well is completed. It's going to be casings all the way down. We don't need to call validate well because that's much more involved. We can do the more efficient validate casings. So in this case, this code really will only be run when you first build it. So I don't really think I actually need to do any of this. Right? I don't think I need to do any of this. Because we don't want to validate. We can't validate. We can't run the validate when it's first built. We just can't. We want to wait for the validation. We want to wait until it has power, I think. And that will allow people a grace period from when you first build the giant multi-block, which is going to be a process on its own. You first build this giant multi-block. Well, from then, it's going to be built. You're going to validate it, the interaction block, the whole thing is going to be validated. From that point, the thing will just sit because it won't have any power. The moment you power it, I think that's what will trigger the whole cascade. So I don't think we want to validate this at all in the initialize. I think it's premature. Now, an existing one that's halfway done, that's loaded from disk where the well position is not null, it's the current position that we're pumping, that's a different story. Right? But this well position equals null, we want to do if well position does not equal null, to do rebuild fluid layer pump list. If well position is not null, that's an important distinction because that means we're actively working on something and this thing was loaded. If well position is not null, we need to rebuild the fluid later, which is a different nightmare entirely. So with this, we have the validation triggers every 2 minutes. Current power is less than rated power. Okay. Now we have power if well position equals null. Because we've already checked whether we're completed. Right? If this is completed, then we shouldn't need to check this again. We have power. We're not completed. Item slot at empty, collectible code, okay. Yeah. We're not completed and we have casing. Because if we're not completed and we don't have casing, we're bouncing anyway. Right? The more I can short circuit these sim ticks and the less I do, the better. Because it's going to bounce out of here really fast. It's going to just constantly be bouncing out of here. And the sleeping mechanic, I haven't really put that in here yet. I'm changing my mindset. I'm changing the way I'm dealing with how the logic of machines work. I'm trying to streamline it, but it's an evolution process. It just takes time. So if well position equals null, well position equals get first pumpable position, head position, dot down copy. Because remember, the position here, start, right? This is going to change, right? The head position, this, if I pass just head position, this will actually, when it comes back from this call, it will actually have moved, and I don't want to do that. So get first pumpable position, this is going to then need to add get first pumpable position to do place casing as search finds air or invalid fluids. Filtered. Place casing as search finds error. Okay. So yeah, I've got it here too. I really want to make sure that I know that this is not quite finished yet. So we come in here and we say, hey, if well position equals null, typically the first time the Derrick is powered and first time the Derrick is powered. Okay, so well position equals get first pumpable position. Head position again is just right below the very center, right below the core, because you want to center it when you build this. You center it over the well. So if well position equals null, return. If we come back from this and we're still null, that's a problem. That means it's not a valid block, right? So just return. We're not doing anything. I don't know. We'll leave this for now. I want to see, Because this would trigger if well positioned equals null, which means this invalidated in some way. We want to bounce, but I could bounce and then set it to sleeping. But for now, I think I'm going to leave it just to return, because obviously, if well position is bad, this will be bad too. So again, we're this code here is not valid because this is from the pump jack. We want to change this up. So instead of this, we're going to do block. Well, okay. I'm just thinking here. Unlike some people, I try not to talk 100% of the time through videos and streams, to my detriment, I think. I think Dosh, he pointed out that his viewership on videos drops if he takes a pause and is not speaking 100% of the time, which is crazy to notice that when he takes a breath and pauses in his narration, his viewership actually drops. It's crazy. Anyway, so we have enough power and a valid well. Well, instead of a valid well, a valid fluid layer, right? So a lot of this logic, I'm going to keep this code here because I like being able to reference it, especially the watertight container, like all the little shenanigans that you have to do. Oh, I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Last time. Yeah, and I activated the cat, of course. We're too close to 5 o'clock for me not to activate the cat. She was laying on the couch behind me, just nice and easy. I get up, and she's like, "Ooh, time to get up." Okay. We need to write validate casings, get first pumpable position, public bool, build layer, pumpable fluid layer, lock position, start. Return true. Okay. So, oh my Jesus, sometimes the whatever whatever algorithm determines like the code you want to write is so off. If I just wish it wouldn't just override it so hard, where it's just like bleh, just all this code all of a sudden. If start block dot is liquid not return false, right? If the block we're starting at is not liquid itself, then that's a problem. We're not going to be able to spider out, right? So we need block position. We need a list of block position blocks. Let's do just to check. Okay, we need a list of block position and distance. Checked. What? Why for art thou are you erring, sir? Is a type. What? What? That's weird. Excuse me. How is this not valid? Block position and distance is a type, which is not valid in the given context. List of this is literally a type. It's a type. List of T, where T is a type. Like, what in the world? Like, what? What is going on here? Of all the problems, like, what is this? Is there something that, oh man. God fucking Windows. Block position. If I why it, Yeah, I don't like the shorthand new. I like to see what my new is. Thank you very much. Why can I not create a list of this object? Um, I must have oh my god. I must have somewhere in my tree somewhere in here that I was at. There it is. I must have somewhere a variable called checked, right? And this was saying, hey, this is not the variable, this is not the thing. Somewhere so it to check are valid. I think the better way to do this right. I actually want to I need to use a dictionary at first to record the valid ones because I need to make sure the block position that I can look in the dictionary and see if that key is there as I'm checking values because I don't want to as I'm spidering out, I don't want to backtrack, right? I don't want to go back. So, blocks to check, blocks that are valid. And yeah, and then I need another one inside of the loop. I'm just trying to remember how I did these loops. I have this a couple different places in the mod, or I've done this a couple different times. The basic algorithm to run this. If API if SAPI equals null, return false. I just want to make sure that's good to go. So a good one here would be the pump. Check for fluid, get fluids. There it is. It's a little bit involved. So fluid position is a struct. Did I already do this? Do I not remember doing this already? I did. I literally did. So funny. This was so long. I don't even remember doing this. Fluid position. I create a little struct to process this. With it's the same thing. It's just less. It's a struct instead of a class, and without all the fancy stuff to be able to. When did I do this? I must have done this months and months ago. So if we just go to class, the lap goblin returneth. Okay. Because I know I try to, liquid level equals 7. Where's my major for each? There it is. Yeah, they're the PERS startup. The fluid pump and this in fact I'm gonna need to change to only look above at its level or above. So right here. So now the fluid pump will only ever look at the level it's at and above. Okay. To check fluid subs. Because there's a fundamental tenet for generics and lists and stuff. You cannot alter a list that you're iterating on, right? So the for each, right? So that for each loop, I cannot alter the to check variable while I'm looping through it. I cannot add or remove things to it, right? Because that scrambles the enumerator. So you can't edit that value. Once you're out of the loop, once you're out, then you can. But while you're in it, that's it, right? Oh, Cat, you're just so distracting. There are times at night, especially a certain time of night, where she's in and out of my lap 5 or 6 times within a matter of an hour. It's crazy. She just cannot decide whether to be in my lap or not. And it's like, she can't get as comfortable in my lap as she did with my older chair. My old chair had a really big seat on it. She just could sprawl out. This one doesn't. I didn't even think, when I bought this chair, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the seat. I wanted a high back chair that actually rocked back. Like this one rocks back. My other one didn't. Okay, so to check.count, fluid positions.count. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, um, let's do. This is a modded Minecraft coding. What? Do you not see the logo on the on the stream or the description or the title? This is not Minecraft. Trust me. If this were Java, I wouldn't even be doing it. I hate Java. Okay. So what are we doing here? I mean, you could have been just playing. That's fine. But this isn't Minecraft. For each block position. Do I add this to checked? Mm-hmm. So for each position that we need to check, do we want to track all the places we've checked and discarded? Or do we not care? I don't think we care. Because let's say two blocks are next to one another, and we're running this on both. One block is going to, let's say it's bordered, one side is bordered by stone. Right? Block A has a stone above it. It's going to check the 3 blocks above it. Block B is going to overlap that. There's going to be 2 of those blocks we've already checked. But if we're indexing into a list to see, hey, have we checked this block already? Or if we're doing a get block and we're just walking the blocks, I think the walk blocks is the faster way to go. The walk blocks is a really fast. Because when you call this walk blocks, this is a special call. What it does is it grabs you give it the start and the end, right? You define a box, right? And when you walk blocks, the game just grabs that box, or basically like a copy of it, and it calls the same delegate function over all the blocks. It's just and you're not actually going and grabbing each individual block position, right? That would be too much. But the walk blocks, you're zipping through it really, really fast. So we need to find. Let me move this. I know there's a way to move this into a new window. What? I could have sworn there was a way to do it. Float. I knew there was a way to do it. I was like, why am I not seeing it? Okay. So I'm just gonna reference this. Again, the bounding box is going to be at the level and above, right? So we're just going to grab all of the blocks. And then we're going to do it's basically tantamount to calling a function. Every one of these blocks is going to run the same code, but doing it like this gives me access to the variables that are in this function already, right? So I don't have to pass any variables in. Really, really handy feature. Just looking, seeing if there's liquid code. Yeah, I don't like that. No, I am gonna need that. Right, because liquid code is set for all of the variants, right? You have all these different directions and variants. It's all the same liquid code. The source blocks, right, is water still 7. Actually, it's not. The source block is any of these 7. I'm pretty sure. There's a bunch of stuff in the liquid side of things that I'm not 100% sure on, but okay. Lock position pending. Manhattan distance. Distance. Below. We need to base the distance on the start. Dot distance to pending. Because the starting place doesn't move. As this thing goes down, right, the starting place that's the starting place. Everything is centered around that block, and then the distances are looked at around that point. So we calculate the distance here, distance 2, and then we could take distance multiply equals the absolute value of since we're going at the level or above, at the very most, we need the pending dot y minus start dot y, right? Because when we sort this, remember when we're doing this because we want to highly favor any block that's above this block. We want those to happen first, and the further up they go, the higher that priority. So by doing the distance multiply equals, if both of these are 0, well, math.absolute, if this y minus this y, if they're the same level, then we're at 0. We can plus 1, right? That's kind of important because then we would set the distances all to 0, which would be bad, right? All of the ones at the level would be 0. So what this does is say, all right, if we're 1 above, right? If the y is above, which means pending, right? The one we're looking at is above us, minus where we're at, which would be 1. Then we add 1. So we take 1 plus 1, that's 2. So the distance then is multiplied by 2. So the level above, right, the distances will, when we sort them, will be 2x what they would have been normally. So they will be first to be pumped, guaranteed. And the layer above that, which would be a multiplied by 3, right? Because then you take, if it's 2 above, you take y minus y, which is which would be 2. Then you add 1 to 3. Now you have 3 times, and then 4 times, and 5 times, and 6 times. So it would always pump the highest blocks first, and then work its way down. That's why I wanted to encode it like that. And I'm going to need to change the fluid pump to do the same thing, to have the same behavior, because it's important that the fluid pump do that. But the fluid block code, I'm not 100% sure how we want to handle this, because the fluid block code will not, the fluid type here, liquid code. Okay, so why am I in this UI? So what we need to do is we've already grabbed the block. Yep, the get block here that is liquid. So let's do a string. Whoa, let's spell it right. String fluid filter fluid type equals start block dot liquid code. Okay, so this fluid type, this is the liquid code of what we're looking at. We need to instead look at this as fluid type. You know, comparing apples to apples, because the liquid code will never equal the actual code of the block. It's just not. The code of the block is, you know, crude oil dash still dash 7, crude oil dash north dash 7, whatever. But all of those variants have the same liquid code. So it's again, we want to compare apples to apples. We're comparing the liquid code to a liquid code. So this scales the distance by a multiplicative factor of how much higher it is than the level that we're on. So at the very least, if it's just one layer, the distances will be the distances. That's it. That's fine. But we just wanted to calculate that once, and then going forward, when we add this to this list here, we need to then encode that distance, because then we don't need to recalculate it. The distance is the distance. It's not going to change. Okay. So then we need to, this one creates a new fluid position. But we need to check to see if R valid. If not R valid dot contains key pending position, right? If not, so we say, hey, contains key, right? If not, which means it doesn't contain the key, which means we have a valid thing that we can check. So we validated the liquid, right? We validated it's not air, it is liquid, and then the thing is valid, like it's the type. We then need to check if dblock dot liquid level equals 7. This means it's a source. So rvalid.add. Yeah, rvalid.add. Key is pending. We definitely want to copy. Float is distance. Okay. We're adding this to the valid numbers because the liquid level is 7. And then we need to change, we need to say to add. So we're adding it to the valid list because it's already a 7. We know it's a valid, but we also need to hop and check its numbers, right? We need to check its neighbors. This is where, like, if you've already checked around and you hop a block, you've already checked, 3 blocks at its neighbor for every position. This is where, like, it might be beneficial to save a cache of everywhere you've already checked. I'm not 100%. if that's better, because this walk blocks is already super fast. So, fluid subs. Where is this? To check fluid subs. What do I do with this value? Because I have an else in here. Else if not fluid subs that contains. Fluid subs. Why do I to check are valid? Fluid positions. Okay, fluid. What am I doing with fluid subs here? So in this case I do cache all of the places I've already looked at. List block position. Check cache. So then I say else if not check cache dot contains pending. Wow. Oh my Jesus, what just happened? Stop with that. Can I just do this, please? Stop doing that. Jesus. It's so intrusive sometimes. The auto, it's like, oh. Like, no. Only do it when I do it. Don't assume. All these helper things, just assume that you don't know what the hell you're doing. It's like, no, I have a little bit of competency. Not a lot, but I have a little bit. So the check cache is just a master list of everything that I've already looked at. So if not check cache dot contains, right? Then we need to check cache dot add pending position. And we need to add dot add pending position. I hear a meows over there. He's in a mood. Right. So we only add it once. We're only adding it once. And then we're taking this call, and there's a false on here, center order false. I don't know what that does. If true, blocks will be ordered by the distance to the center position. Well, it's all we're doing is doing a one, we're doing a square, basically 2 block, 3 by 3 by 2. It's just a tiny little square. I could grab a giant area. I mean, it's kind of arbitrary, but when it comes to like spidering out and finding, everything, it's, I don't know. Somebody can do side-by-side comparisons. Okay, so this for each block position to check. Remember, this thing is initially gonna be right under the Derrick. So when we're out of this for each, we want to clear to check dot clear. We're done with that for this iteration. We're still in the while loop right here. Remember, we're still in the while loop. So to check dot clear, if to add dot count is greater than 0 and our valid dot count is less than 1000. To check dot add range to add. So we clear the two checks. We see how, like, do we have any to add? Right? Do we have any to add, and are we below our threshold of oh Jesus. That just scares the shit out of me. So we have some, thank you very much for the sub, by the way. I very much appreciate it. So we have some to add. We're under our threshold of 1,000 per layer. We're not, like, 1,000 blocks is a lot. That's a lot to handle. It's way more than should be auto layer at any given time. So we're under those. Then we take the to check and we add all of the ones to add, right? We add them all to the to check, which increases now all of the, like, now to check has values. So then we to add dot clear. So now we've cleared to add, so we bounce up here again while to check is count is greater than 0 because we just added some, right? And so now we're going and we're saying, all right, to add, right? We already cleared this. I don't know if newing it is the best way to do it. I think maybe since we already clear it down here, I think to save memory. Oops, one too many. Equals new list block position. Okay. And then we just delete that. Right? To add, when the first time you come in here, to add is a new list. It's empty, basically. It's got nothing in it. We come in here and to check has already been initialized. We already add the starting point to check. So to add is empty, but it's initialized, and then we come down here and we clear it. Then we come back up here and we reuse it. We're not reallocating more memory for a new blank list. We're just reusing the memory that's kind of allocated. We clear it, which cleans up the memory and frees it up for the garbage collector to come in and free it up. But the list structure itself has a minimum sort of memory footprint, right? When you declare a list, you know, it's expecting certain things, so it's looking at the type that you specify, and it's going, all right, let's default to X number of these. I don't know what it defaults to, whether it's 10 or 100 or some arbitrary amount, but it's got a minimum footprint when you declare it. So clearing it is going to clear the data that's in it, but it's not going to zero out the memory. It's just going to clear it to get it ready. It's going to basically tell the garbage collector, hey, you know, this data we don't need anymore. We're gonna refresh it. You know, it might be a small optimization, but you definitely want to clear it, of course. Okay, so when this process is done, it should essentially run out of things to look at, right? Things to check. We're adding stuff to the cache so we don't have to recheck it again, right? So we're saying, hey, if the liquid level is less than 7, which means it's a flowing block, we still want to check it, but only check it if we haven't checked it already. So it's just it's a cache of blocks that we've checked already, and we're not going to re-add a bunch of blocks we've already checked. And it's a master list. We're not resetting the cache after the loop. We're checking against it, saying, hey, because if you're above and if you're below and you're looking above, and it's just like, we only want to check that which we haven't yet. And again, this is limited to every block space. It's just the blocks around it. We're not spidering out infinitely for every block space, right? It's not that kind of algorithm. It's just looking at one block space, all the blocks around it. And then it's going to the next block and looking at all the blocks around it. But only looking at those blocks that we haven't looked at yet. Okay, so after this is done, after this while loop is done, we should have, right? We should have positions available. So if, what is it called? rvalid.count is greater than 0. Okay. We want to convert this into the if current layer dot count is greater than 0. So we're on the current layer. If current layer dot count, right, is greater than 0, and current layer is literally just initialized to a new, right? So it's just initialized. Oh Lord, now I have to find where I was. There it is. And this could happen because we finished with one layer, and then we just go down to the next layer, and we have to run this again. Well, we're going to have some of the data from the old layer when we move it all down to redetect it. So I want to make sure that's clear, and then we do a for each. Block position key in let's do B key just in case in our valid. No, actually key value pair. Oh no. Yeah, that's right. Block position float. Value. I forgot you have to do a key value pair. Because the object, what you're getting when you do a for each, you're getting the key value pair. Because it's a dictionary, right? You're getting a key value pair. So you have to be able to let's do entry, I guess. Whatever. Entry. It's an entry into that dictionary. So rvalid.count is greater than 0. We want to actually do this. We want to clear it before we come in here. We want to clear it anyway, right? When this comes back, it might, we might not have found any. It might move down and didn't find anything. Okay, so we want to do current layer dot add. Oh, cat. She's rubbing on my leg. New distance. Yeah. Entry.key, entry.value. So we just go through like all the valid places, and we add to the current layer. Current layer dot sort x comma y x dot compare I can never remember how to do this. Let's see. I don't do this enough to remember how to do it. Yeah, another lab visit. Lab visit number 2. So what does just sort do? Default comparer. I don't know what comparison. Again, I don't know. I don't do this a lot. So I want to ascend it. The purrs. Oh, I wish the microphone would pick those up. Those are so adorable. X. I have a compare to. I don't remember. Float. Yeah. It's like what I do here is x comma y. X is less or less than y or something. I'm going to type bool to int. Int? This thing is... Oh my god. I was literally trying to avoid this the whole time by overriding the less than greater than, but yeah, the dot distance. So this compare to all I want to do is sort based on the distance, ascending. I wonder if I could do a compare to. So greater than 0, greater than the value. Yeah, this it's just so confusing. There it is. Larger value first. Okay. So it's y compared to x. That's descending. I want to make sure y is greater than x. Right? Instance is greater than this number. Yeah. Okay. Little questions like that. That's where I use AI. Right? Grok is really good at answering those questions. Is this line of code sorting ascending or descending? Because I can never remember. I do a line of code like that, once a quarter, once every 6 months. So it's like I don't do it enough. If I did code or I was doing that kind of stuff all the time, yeah, it would be easy to remember. But there's a lot of code in this mod, so it's hard to keep track sometimes, all the different shenanigans. Okay, let's go back, finish this up, and then we'll be done. So what this does is it adds, right, all of the entries. It adds everything. Then it sorts it. And then we return true. I do a couple other things here, like is checking fluid. I do this on the pump because I multi-thread the pump. The actual fluid checking mechanics is spun off on a different thread. Just because it could be looking at up to 10,000 different blocks. So that's why when you place the pump, it doesn't immediately update, because it's waiting for that thread to finish. It's waiting for that check to finish. So the pump is not instant. It has to wait for the result to come back from the thread. So anyway, there. That's ready to test at the very least. Build a pumpable fluid layer. From the given start position, origin, determine what fluid blocks are available to machine. Build a current layer, I think it is. Current layer. Current layer dot count greater than 0 if ready. So that's a quick and dirty, essentially vein mine algorithm. Well, the other thing I want to do, to check.clear, I want to check cache.clear. This is going to have a bunch of stuff in it, so we just want to clear it. Free up the memory. I've been dealing with too many memory issues on Minecraft to not be very aware of how much memory this could use. So, yeah. Entry.key.copy. This is a block position. We want to make sure we copy it. I don't want to. Yeah. Distance, base types, float, ints, stuff like that is all copied anyway. It's done by value, not by reference. So base types are always by value. But this would have been a reference to that position, and I don't want that. So when we're done with that, rvalid.clear. We clear the cache. We clear the current layer. We clear rvalid. We've already cleared to check. To add, I think we clear that. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Little bits left. Didn't get as much done today as I really wanted to, but that's okay. I'm always happy to answer questions on these dev streams. So if you're a modder, or if you're looking to get into modding and you have a question about something, you're stuck, right? You're stuck on something. These streams are a way to do that. Just asking generic questions. If you want more one-on-one, if you want more focused attention on whatever your issues are or whatever you're working on, that's what Patreon and channel membership is for, right? My time, I have to value it at some level. That's how I do it. So if you're looking for more concentrated, time, I'm certainly willing to help. I have to value my time in some way. Otherwise, I have to find a full-time job and not do this anymore. So if you want this mod done, if you want it complete, some support would go a long way to help that happen. Because, yeah, I am actively looking for a job. If I do get one that isn't this, then this takes a much bigger back burner to whatever I'm doing. So, at any rate, that's going to do it for today, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed yourself and learned something. And I thank you all for coming by. And if you enjoyed yourself, please hit that like button and subscribe if you're new, and consider being a supporter if you have the ability to. But otherwise, come back here on Saturday. We'll probably be diving into Update 3 on Hightail. I want to give Hightail Update 3 a couple days to sort out if there's anything catastrophic. But I've already got the new mods kind of organized. Because Update 3 is huge. It's a major update. So we'll probably be playing that. Minecraft, I am so sick of trying to solve problems in Minecraft. Like it's a nightmare. So enough of my time has been spent dealing with a game that's this problem should have been solved 10 years ago. And the fact that I'm this far into this process in this game, trying to build this mod pack, and it's like I have a massive memory allocation problem, and I don't know what mod it is, nor can I find it out. When I do profiling, it's just telling me, hey, you got 50 million doubles. That's all it's telling me. It's not telling me what mod is allocating the doubles. It's just telling me the doubles are allocated. It's like, well, it's up to you to figure out where they're from. It's like I can't deal with that. I'm sorry, but I don't have endless amount of hours in my life to try to deal with that shit. So yeah, I'm if the latest version that I have right now it's not solved, then that might be time to throw in the towel, because at least for my own mod pack, we can try to play other mod packs, but I'm so over the shenanigans. Like, I'm just, why is this so hard? So yeah. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. I hope to see you back here on Saturday for just a relaxing, chill exploration, and fun times. So yeah, see everybody then.